We also have Tequila White, our town clerk, I myself, Catherine Watkins, our town attorney, Matt McQuillan, and our planning manager, Danielle O'Hara. We have a forum.
All right, y'all, let's stand and pray again. Heavenly Father, we come to you again with humility and gratitude, and pray that you bestow upon us the wisdom and prudence to protect the public trust as we seek to make our town of Allendale a better place. In Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Right, we have the humility pledge. Brown.
We pledge to build a stronger and more prosperous community by advocating for civil engagement, respecting others and their viewpoints, and finding solutions for the betterment of our town of Alden.
Thank you. Hey, can I ask the town council members to reach up and push that button on the microphone till it turns green? All right, so I'll hear a motion on the approval of the August agenda.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it's where I was referring to. Last one. Item two, yes, it's the executive session, item D, says legal advice pertaining to CDBG project update, which should be advice a CDBG. Just a typo about these to be corrected. That's it.
All right, so so can we, what do we do here? Motion to approve it as the type of directed, or we just?
Yes.
Most approved. I'll hear the amendment to the agenda.
Motion to approve that.
There's that again.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote on the amendment. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, then we'll revisit the approval of the August agenda that was on the floor. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, the August agenda is approved. Number 7, the approval of the previous meeting minutes, July 2nd, public hearing, July 2nd, regular meeting, July 15th, special call meeting, all 2026. I'll hear a motion to approve the previous meeting minutes.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes, I wasn't here on July 2nd, so I don't feel comfortable voting to approve minutes from meetings which I did not attend.
You get that?
So if you want to split them up and vote that way, or if the legal counsel thinks it's okay, that I just register an abstention under 7A and B and just approve it in a batch, however you want to do it.
Oh, you did. Can you just abstain?
Well, I'll need to abstain from the July 2nd public hearing minutes and the regular meeting minutes since I was not here at the meeting.
Okay, you know, can I withdraw the motion to make it do 2? Sure. All right, I'd like to withdraw the motion, if that's all right. I'll make a motion that we approve the previous meeting minutes for July 2nd public hearing and the July 2nd, 2026 regular meeting.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? And then
One abstention.
one and all that abstain. Very good. All right, So carries, and now I'd love to hear a motion that we approve the meeting minutes from July 15, 2026, our special call meetings.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, so, motion carries. So if you're following along with the program, we're on number 8, approval of previous financial statements. A and B, the general fund and the water fund. We have a new accounting firm. K or CKH Consulting that has delivered some financial statements for us. I'll hear a motion on the approval of the previous financial statement.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Is there any discussion?
Accepting these as information, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Does that need to be, like, our approval need to be stated that way?
Yes.
So what are we going to do?
Accepting these as information.
Right, so the motion is on display that we're accepting, the approving needs accepting them as information. Is that, we need to hear a new motion number a second.
We can clarify the original motion on the board that it is for accepting the financial statements of the general fund and the water fund as information.
All right, and while we're clarifying, let's let the record show that Councilman Porches. Yes, I can. Excellent. So cool. Any discussion, we have a motion, we have a second, is there any discussion?
Yes,
All right,
finance is not my strong suit, so no. I was wondering if somebody could help me out here and explain this to, or let me tell you if I think I see it right. At the very top of it, on the right hand side of the column under total, so July 1, 2025 to June 30, 2026 year to date. I assume that is complete fiscal year.
Yes, sir.
And this to the left of June 2026 is just for the 30 days of the month of June.
No, yes, that is for the month of June for, the first column in the left is for the month of June. The column on the far right is for the complete fiscal year.
Okay, and this has been done by the new third one.
Yes, this is been done by CPH Consultant.
And you're now entertaining approval for one at a time.
the motion is for both. A.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to make sure I understand this correctly too, then.
July would be a copy, so like when you look at the year to date and the right column, you can only one month of different. So next month, when we look at August, it would say August 2026 in that left column, and then in the right column, it would have year to date. For fiscal year, if you're looking at the profit and loss statements for July 2026.
I think I understand that. Yeah, they're both the same. So, yeah, I got it. So I just want to make sure that I understand the perspective on the your thing that, we, it operated in the red for, so the amount of $31,505.36 for the fiscal year just ending in June.
Yes, sir.
And that was after we had ready to put $50,000 transfer from the general fund and stuff for that.
Correct.
Yeah, well, let's see, I think I'm sorry.
I'll also note too that there are some rules that need to go back to the fiscal year. In July that have not been done yet, have come from, still been working on that.
Okay, well, I'm getting that. Thank you.
They're currently working on more robust statements for council, so budget to actual, and a more robust.
It's good enough. Thank you.
All right. The any further discussion? I'll call for a vote, to approve the previous financial statements, all in favor? All right. All opposed? All right, motion carries. Let's see, special presentation, it's an honor for us to hear from East Cooper Community Outreach. Ms. Dawn Baker, Vice President of the Board of Directors, and Ms. Yolanda Brown, Annual Gift Manager. We're really excited about what they can bring to our town, the consideration that they have for reaching out to communities, and I hear they just got a new van. So is it Ms. Brown that's gonna present, or with Ms. Baker? All right, thank you. Welcome, it's a pleasure.
Here, so good evening, Mayor and members of the town council. Thank you for allowing me these few minutes tonight. My name is Yolanda Brown. And as the interim director of development of marketing and development for East Cooper Community Outreach, which we affectionately call ECHO, I am incredibly honored to stand before you. And more than that, I'm thrilled to share a very massive milestone that directly impacts the heart and soul of Allendale. I am joined by my esteemed colleague tonight, Ms. Pat Walker. She is the interim executive director of ECHO. So we are both here to answer any questions that you have. I have written my remarks, if you could just allow me. I want to make sure I don't miss anything. So at ECHO, our mission is simple yet profound. And we provide safety net services to our neighbors in need, bringing health, hope, and dignity to every person who walks through the doors. We serve primarily senior citizens and children, but we cover also people who are working, who are single households, who are multi-households, and we cover everyone. Our reach is vast. We cover 10 zip codes spanning nearly 2,000 square miles in our service area. Most people don't realize that about ECHO. We offer comprehensive support from a Healthy Choices food pantry, emergency financial assistance, free medical and dental clinics, clothing, asset building workshops, and so much more. But for a long time, a massive wall stood between our services in Mount Pleasant on 6 Mile Road and the people of Offenbach. And that is transportation. So I want to tell you a very brief story about what it takes for a senior resident here to get out. So imagine an elderly grandmother with very much whom we serve, living right here in town on a fixed income, quietly stepping up to raise her grandchildren. She needs fresh groceries for a dental extraction, and to get to our main campus in Mount Pleasant, she has to catch the Tri-County Link Route C203 bus. I believe I looked that up correctly. And if she boards at Town Hall, she rides for about 40 minutes to down to Mount Pleasant. But the bus drops her off at Wando Crossing. She is still over a mile away from ECHO. Now she could either walk, it's a long, hot walk, this summer has been extremely hot, or it's been pouring rain. Or she waits for a car to transfer and turning a simple errand into a grueling multi-hour journey. Now, what about ride sharing? I know that Uber and Lyft does come from Allendale occasionally, and the cost to get to ECHO costs about $45 to $70. And we all know that it's probably a little bit more than that because it depends on the time of day and if there is availability. Now, she could ask a family member if she's blessed enough to have a family member or a friend who has transportation, and surely she would probably contribute to their gas. But for a family living at or below the poverty line, spending any kind of money on transit completely erases the benefit of visiting a free food pantry. So the transportation hurdle is real, it's exhausting, and it keeps people isolated and from getting services that they need. But the people facing these hurdles are not strangers to you all. They are the backbone of this town. They live and work right here alongside you. They are your neighbors who quietly bag your groceries, care for your children, work hard in manufacturing or service jobs, and preserve the deep historic roots of this coastal community. And I do know that the mayor has a special interest in making sure that everyone in this town is served and that there's not poverty that is overlooked. Echo agrees with you. We decided it was time to tear down that transportation wall through our Beyond Our Walls campaign, which we are just finishing up. We raised $5.6 million during that campaign, which allowed us to bring all of our services back under one roof at Echo and also to provide the transportation services I'm so excited to tell you about tonight. That is why we're incredibly excited to announce that Echo is officially launching a brand new mobile office. And it literally came today. We've been waiting on it. It rolled onto our property around 9 or 10 a.m. I believe. And we're so excited. So starting next month, we are bringing Echo directly to Almondale. The mobile office will set up at the Berkeley Electric Cooperative for 3 days every month, starting in September. Now, while it's early, we cannot offer food drop-offs or medical appointments just yet. This mobile office allows residents here to sit down face-to-face with us, register as Echo clients, and immediately tap into our network of guidance and financial stability. It is the vital first step towards a permanent bridge of support. So we want you, the entire community, to see this beautiful new resource we just got. We want you to see it for yourself before it's a first official shift in September. So we are hosting a special community preview at the CV Outpost on Tuesday, August 18th, from 12 to 3 p.m. Please come out. Walk inside, take a closer look, explore all the cool features that we built into this mobile unit, learn how we can work together to uplift all and all. Every single community needs an Echo. I always say that when people come and tour, please come tour. And because as long as we live, y'all know, as long as you live, everyone's gonna face some type of storm in your life. And the only difference between those who sink and those who survive is just having the right guidance, right support, and the right resources at the exact moment that you need them. And that is what Echo has been doing for the last 37 years. So I have flyers, I will leave them over there. But we don't even have an official picture yet, so this is someone's cell phone, but I wanted to get the information to you. Thank you, we look forward to seeing you on the 18th. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ms. Brown, and thank you to to all of the executive director who's here, to our friend Tom Baker, everyone. So I've got in touch with me, really looking forward to developing our relationship. And I think we really appreciate those many acknowledge the amount of service on the 10 zip codes. And yes, zip code, I've had a hard time working with this one. Thank you for being here. Thanks for doing that. We look forward to seeing you at the Seaweed Outpost from 12 to 3 on Tuesday, August 18th, to see the new vehicle that breaks down the walls. So that moves us on to special presentation B, presentation of certificates of appreciation for Board of Zoning and Appeals. We talked about this the last meeting where we found ourselves negligent of basic gratitude to people that be of service to our town. And that's not our way, it's part of the world. We do like to say thank you. And tonight we get to recognize and say thank you to Mr. Alan Rio. dedicated service and commitment to the town of Allendale as a member of the Board of Zoning Appeals. His time, guidance, and contribution have helped promote fairness, uphold our ordinances, and support the quality of life in our community. The Mr. Rio served from 2018 to 2026. So, Mr. Rio couldn't be here, but, we'll make sure this makes it to his desk and hopefully on the wall of his office. And put it where he can show how proud he is of the service. And then another, serving to the town of Allendale is Ms. Willette Alston Hockaday, and for her dedicated service and commitment to the town of Allendale as a member of the Board of Zoning Appeals. Her time and guidance and contribution have helped promote fairness, uphold our ordinances, and support the quality of life in our community. And Ms. Alston Hockaday served from 2024 through 2026, and we do appreciate her service as well. And hopefully this starts a culture of gratitude to people that step up to serve our town, as many of you have. So thank you for those two important contributors. Let's move right along to Charleston County. I think we have the sheriff office. Do we have Sergeant Duncan here?
Everybody nice and cool? It's not hot inside.
Not like
All in the mind. Just reiterate from last month. Concern was about some car wrecks on 17 pretty much. For the month of May, there were 33 reported collisions within the month of May. And in June, there were 22. Out of those 50-some collisions, 24 of those had injuries, the other ones did not, or they weren't reported at the time of the collision. So only 22 were actually injury accidents at the moment of the incident. For last month, 27 911 or 911 hangups or open lines, 8 accidents. Admin calls were 5, agency assists were 14, alarm calls were 14, animal call 17. There were 3 assaults reported. Auto braking was 1. Burglary was 1. A civil matter was 1. Civil process, that's 11. That deals with anything from the courts. Civil process, court papers or court orders. 14 disabled motorists, 8 disturbance or noise complaints, 1 escort, 1 gunshot was heard, a mental health incident or 2, a missing person was 1, 429 patrol calls, and that just means that a deputy was going down a certain street or checking a certain business or residence, then that's an extra proactive. So 429. There were 3 public service calls. Reckless activity was 2. Road hazards were 5, and that can encompass anything from a mattress in the road to a dead carcass to a bicyclist. Special assignment was 1. Suspicious activity was 5. There were 2 reported thefts. There were 2 reported threats or intimidation incidences within the town. Traffic stops 64. Out of those 64 traffic stops, anywhere from a written warning, a citation, or multiple citations were issued. And I don't have those numbers for you. 2 trespassing incidents, 3 vandalism, 1 person apprehension were 2. And in the welfare check were 2. Welfare checks are those that can't get a hold of your loved one. For some reason, they're not answering the phone, or they just don't want to. So they call us and, are you okay? And they tell us they're fine, or they need medical attention and we get them right service. I'm gonna provide you this map and I'll email it to you, Mayor. But the map is the colored map, and it pretty much shows where all of the collisions occurred out on 17. We're in the town at Allendale. The majority of these are from Chandler, the Chandler area of 17 to Ion Swamp Road. That's the majority of the wrecks are in that window. You'll see a couple outside of that to the north. But the majority of wrecks are to the south of Ion Swamp Road. And like I said, Mayor, I'll give you that email. You can see it for yourself.
Thank you.
This pretty much covers it, what I need. You have any questions for me?
Anybody have any questions, Sergeant Junkin?
No questions or concerns?
I did, I got to meet the sheriff. And,
Good,
yeah, he took myself and, Mayor Leland from the phone, though, to lunch at the city restaurant. And, what a great leader he'll have there.
Thank you.
His resume is just, impressive, and he thinks a lot about, and has a lot of great debate and respect for what y'all do. So thank you.
Appreciate it, thank you. Thank you. You know, you can see over time, when you have good leadership, you have good people that follow you. So we try to instill that in everybody else. And if there's a concern or about it, after if you have a complaint, please reach out and let us know. It's like anywhere. If we don't know there's an issue or a problem, if we don't know, we can't fix it. So please let us know. We'll do our best to serve you and help you along your way.
All right, thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
All right, next up, we have the, Alabama Columbo Fire Department. The police and the firemen.
What do you say? Yeah, I actually have a, my creator imagine was loud. My wife was very loud. Chief Gaston sends his apologies that he wasn't able to be here this evening. He pinned this for me to read to you. So I wanted to let you know that unfortunately I'll not be able to attend the council meeting this evening due to a scheduling conflict. I sincerely apologize for missing the meeting this week. I did, however, want to share a brief update on the district's activity for the month of July. During the month of July, our department responded to a total of 148 calls district-wide. Fire stations 2 and 7 combined, that would be the station here in Maxville and the station on Aaron's Bridge, responded to 40 of those calls. Out of those calls, 3 of them were the way that he's got it pinned. I'm going to try and decipher the vernacular that he used. We had 3 fire calls. Those are actual structure fires or outlying structure fires we responded to. 12 medical calls, 2 rescue calls, 18 non-emergency service calls, and 3 public safety calls. We noticed from the numbers that Deputy Junkin gave that those may not seem like they correspond. Generally, if it is a motor vehicle collision or something, we will respond in a medical capacity. Whereas the 2 rescue calls actually require our expertise with extrication or moving vehicles and others. In addition to our normal response activities, our crews also deployed to the Horse Island fire in Berkeley County. That was on the news for a little while. That was my shift and that was a scheduling nightmare, but we were able to pull that off and offered them some valuable assistance in interfacing the state fire, federal fire, and local fire departments.
That was the one up on the Frank Saint.
That was in Berkeley County. Yes. And of course, our first interest when we learned about that fire that day were the winds, and if something is in Berkeley County, we have the Francis Mary right in between us. So it was in our best interest not only to help our neighbor out, but also to help our neighbor out, prevent it from becoming our problem. That was a lot of interesting activity. Like I said, we had 3 different agencies, and when I say 3 agencies, we had federal firefighters that were gone because the fire was deemed a federal fire. We had state fire resources that were there. We also had local fire departments, North Berkeley, City of Charleston, Collinsville, all which managed to work fairly seamlessly in getting that fire contained and preventing it from spreading where it was at. Wanted me, and he's got an entire paragraph. It was just to me, but I was almost going to read that loud, so I can practice on it. Wanted me to remind you, and we're supposed to have some flyers, but I didn't see them. We have an emergency preparedness expo that's coming up, and that's going to be it is hosted by the town of McClellanville this year. It will take place in the parking lot in McClellanville Middle School. Lots of good information, lots of resources. Obviously, we're entering the season where thunderstorms like to flex a little bit and we do not want to get caught off guard or have our citizens be caught off guard with what we would be able to respond to, what we would be able to help you all with. Making plans in case there were a hurricane, different situations. I actually just went over with my wife because we haven't thought about it, what our plans are because Councilman Warsha's known me for a while. He knows that for the past 26 years, if there's a hurricane here, I don't get to leave, but my family goes down. Getting those plans in order, knowing where the shelters are, what resources would be available, forbid something catastrophic was to happen here. And then the last paragraph was addressed to the council and the citizenry. Again, I sincerely apologize for not being able to attend tonight's meeting. Thank you for your understanding, and please let me know if there are any questions regarding this month's report, or if I can provide any additional information. Sincerely, respectfully, Sean R. Jackson.
All right, Gary, should we? Received a warm round of call.
I certainly will. Can you get on that? Yeah, I give it to you, Mr. Henry. Do you guys have any questions for me? All right, thank you all. Y'all have a lovely night.
Thank you very much.
And if you gotta stay in the storm, I'll be glad to take your wife with me.
You know that Rob did statement based on my.
Yeah.
All right. Let me get you out of here, Bobby. Let's see, number 11, public comments. The public comment period will be limited to a total of 30 minutes. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes to speak. No individual may speak more than once until all others wishing to comment have had the opportunity. I think we have a number of these tonight. I know that that Mr. Gary Freeman is top on the list concerning the ADA ramp, so we'd love to ask Mr. Freeman to discuss the ADA ramp. Thank you.
I'm Gary Freeman. I live at 7928 Cultivator Drive here in the home run. Unfortunately, I'm back. And in my line of work, I tend to I have to deliver bad news to a lot of people who are trying to do this. So that's what I'm here to tell you tonight. I was here 3 months ago, delivered some news and some factual information based on my review of the current had been constructed, or at least what had been constructed at that time. And work did stop. My understanding is that the contractor was asked by the county to hire a structural engineer, which I assume he did or someone did, because I have in my possession some structural drawings that were prepared by this engineer for the grant. It addressed all of the, at least most of the issues that I had raised. So I came back out here last weekend after more of the ramp had been reconstructed, and I took some more measurements, and I found about 7 or 8 problems, and I laid them out in a letter. I don't know if you had it with you or not, but I just wanted to first address what the structural engineer did. They utilized the existing 48-inch wide ramp that was there already, and they utilized it in their design, or her design. Then they put a proper landing midway down the elevation rise, and then they turned it towards the playground, which is it's already constructed. She provided structural member sizes and locations and spacings, as well as the connections. So the first thing I looked at was the existing handrail again, and what the contractor did then was he took the handrail and he put it on top of the guard, whatever I'll call it. That was a problem because it had interrupted hand flow, I guess you could say, against the code. They've taken that out. He's redone the rail, and I don't have a problem with the handrail per se. However, the problem I do have is that the wall that's supporting the rail is supposed to be 42 inches high. And right now, the top of that wall is 38. 37.5 or 35 or so, and the top of the rail on top of it is about 38 inches high, so that wall is not high. That's one thing. The second thing is that, the profile is okay, again, the height of it is wrong. The third thing, I measured the slope and it's still a little over 1 in 12, which is the code requirement. It's like 1 1/8 inch per foot. It's too high, or it's too, the slope is not enough. The structural drawings do say a maximum of 1 in 12, so that's not been done. The next thing are the structural connections. The third page in this letter that I wrote earlier this week shows a bolt sticking up out of the concrete. If you've seen it. What happened, I think, is the contractor literally raised the ramp up all in one section, which resulted in an exposed anchor bolt that should have been all the way down into the concrete. That's one problem. The other problem is that, and I've got a couple of pictures here. This is a close-up of that condition. It's raised up about 2 inches. But you can see the type of metal that's in that picture. This is the metal that should have been used as designed by the structural engineer. 4 1/2 inch diameter anchor bolts flush on the slab with 4 connections on both sides, or 2 sides of this post base. That's what was specified by the engineer. The next thing I found was, in looking at the screw pattern on the widths of the ramp sections, he didn't put enough joists in. He put 1 joist down the center of the 4-foot ramp, and there should be 2. On the new ramp that was designed by the engineer, there should have been 3 joists spaced out across that width, because it is a wider ramp. There are only 2 joists there. The other problem is that all of the perimeter wood supporting the deck should be a double 2x6. Everything that's there now is a single 2x6. The last thing I saw was there's, and this may not apply to it, but there's already rusting of the members, some of the screw connections and so forth, which is only 4 months old. It's only going to get worse. One more thing, there is a post that's out there right now that is just sitting there being held down by whatever it's supporting. There's no connection to anything, and that's the last picture I have here. All I have. I will be happy to explain any of this if you don't understand it. We'll walk out there and
And I think we should, when I do, I don't know what the right adjective is about how I feel about the ramp and the process and start to finish, or from start to now, which is start to finish. I appreciate your oversight on it. I'd like to talk to you and get a solution to this problem. I want to do it outside of here.
sure.
But thank you for looking out. We appreciate your expertise and
Sure.
I think with your help, we can get this issue settled.
There are only so many band-aids you can put on a wound, and it's bled out. It's time.
I agree. It is, and it's embarrassing is what I was trying not to say. But it is an opportunity to make a real improvement on legislative life. Any questions for Sabrina? Thank you. We'll be in touch. Model. Yeah. All right, next on my list is Miss Andrew Frazier, has the public comment for us. Welcome, Ms. Frazier.
Answer it, Frazier, 7854 Gold Age Drive. First item I had on my original list was to talk about the ramp. And Gary has much more experience and expertise in that area than I do. But I wanted to reference back and thank him for that. But also to reference back, and I do believe that was when the ramp discussion first happened. Back in, when the ramp discussion first happened, I believe that was back in April or May. There was a recommendation by Councilman Helms to install an aluminum ramp. And those are specifically built for a certain gradient. And I know about that because my granddaughter has one on her house. And it would have been a much simpler process than what we are experiencing out here now, because this has gone on entirely too long. For the safety of the citizens in this town, for access to a bath. That's all I have to say about the rate. There have been great improvements to the documents on the website, and I would like to thank the administration for that, Catherine, Takia, Carolyn. They're working on that, the hyperlinks are good. There are some issues with some of the hyperlinks that you all may not be aware of, sometimes they will populate in the PDF. Directly, but other times it requests that you log into Office 365. So if y'all could address that and look at that and see if there's just a computer glitch there. Thank you so much. I appreciate all the work that's going, does that look great. I see on the administrator's report that Catherine is going to be addressing the cameras for the park, and hopefully she'll be presenting a resolution for those cameras. I'm not sure what a council will later, but at least in my knowledge, those cameras have not worked for the last 6 months. Requesting council member assistance in the resolutions, that problem with the level, because the board members have offered that assistance to no avail. Next on the list is the water system presentation from July 15th, which was excellent. It provided historical accounting from conception. I highly recommend residents go back and view that presentation. The 4 individuals that presented gave us specific explanations and suggestions for beginning to fix the broken water system. Moving forward, I would like to know, A, what are the council's top priorities for the timeline for the water system? How long this long range project will be communicated to the residents on a regular schedule? I believe one thing that we heard loud and clear, the few of us that did attend that and council, was that it was gonna take a lot of money and a lot of people to get that fixed. Not increasing the rates and not increasing tap connection fees, impact fees, whatever you want to call them, is not an option. This council must implement those increases so that we can start moving forward and be eligible for grants. One last item that just came up in the water budget, I did not have time to review those documents at home, but I did look at it. And it's my understanding that there is a $2,046.07 transfer in from the general fund. That what I recall was correct from the general fund budget presentations. There was to be no money moving from the general fund into the water budget. Thank you.
Right. All right, I think John Popelka is here to address us.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. My name is John Popelka, 164 4th Avenue. I'm here tonight to express my concerns regarding the proposed changes to minimum lot sizes in the AG and residential categories and the potential impacts these changes may have on the property owners throughout Bonneville. Let me be clear, protecting Bonneville's rural character is a very important goal that I fully support. The residents have clearly expressed that maintaining larger lot sizes is important to them. However, responsible planning must include transparency, fairness, consistency, and respect for the rights of property owners. The town has spent years developing its comp plan and future land use map. The planning commission is currently working on 2 important pieces of that process. Developing the framework and details of the 6 new zoning categories for recommendation to council. And secondly, using the future land use map to establish where those new categories should be applied. Those 2 steps need to occur together. Changing development standards before changing the zoning map will create dramatically different development standards for neighboring properties with no clear planning rationale. Not carrying these out at the same time is comparable to changing the speed limit in a neighborhood but not changing street signs. The current zoning map, a copy of which I provided, was developed many decades ago. You can see numerous examples of where AG and residential zoning boundaries are immediately adjacent with no clear planning rationale for why those neighboring properties should be treated differently. Yellow next to green, green next to yellow, all throughout the town. If you didn't know which color represented which designation, you might not be able to figure out by looking at the map. Town Hall is a perfect example. This property is zoned AG, but a couple lots down in both directions, lots are zoned residential. Does it make sense that one owner is allowed 1 acre per lot and his next door neighbor is required to have 2.25 acres per lot? It's important to point out that under the current zoning ordinance, the zoning map has been a moot point. AG and residential districts rules for building a house have been the exact same. 30,000 square foot lot, same setbacks, same lot coverage, same everything. The primary difference has been in residential zoning has allowed smaller lots where public water is available. That option is now being considered for removal from the zoning code. At its July meeting, the visibly frustrated planning commission voted unanimously to recommend straight denial of these proposed changes. They also requested that council review their ongoing work and provide input so the planning process could continue in a coordinated manner. I respectfully ask council tonight to follow the planning commission's recommendation and deny these ordinance changes. Doing so will allow the town to immediately get back to important work already underway, finalizing the 6 new zoning categories named in the comp plan, while concurrently aligning the zoning map with the future land use map. In the end, this will require a complete rezoning of all properties within the town to be aligned with the comp plan. But isn't that for the citizens demanded? It's a lot of work that the citizens deserve. Thank you for your time, your service to the town of Auburn.
Thank you, Mr. Belker. Are there any other public comments?
Yes, sir, we have 2 more public comments. Next would be Mr. Andrew Wanley.
Andrew Wonder, yeah, heard of him.
Next Noel.
Thanks, council. Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is Andrew Wonderly, I'm Charleston Waterkeeper. I'm here to speak on the septic ordinance this evening. Again, and thank you for your diligence in working to tackle this issue. I think bacteria pollution from septic tanks is a serious issue for water quality and public health. As drafted, the current approach limits the available solutions to protecting Onondaga's water quality. And I think it needs a more thorough look at possible unintended consequences like the legal risks, some equity impacts, and also whether there are other types of technologies that could be better suited for protecting water quality, particularly in low-lying areas with high water tables like Onondaga. I think finally, the current draft lacks like any provisions on to ensure proper operation and maintenance of septic tanks. Both are absolutely critical for conventional and engineered systems to make sure they're working properly and protect the water quality. So for those reasons, I would urge council this evening to defer a second reading. I think that'll give staff and council time to craft a solution that really works for Onondaga and protects water. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wanderly. Keep going. Charleston's lucky to have a water keeper that does the kind of work we all do. There's a lot of important wins on your resume. Thank you for fighting, winning the Merle battle. That is probably not over. And thank you for paying attention to what's going on in Montana.
Thank you.
Let's see, we have.
One more, Miss Jenna Arsenal.
Yes.
Hello,
Hello.
nice to see everyone tonight. My name is Jenna Arsenault, and I live in Mount Pleasant, 1595 Prince Edward Street. I'm here because I wanted to introduce myself to the council because I'm running for the South Carolina House of Representatives in District 112, which is right here. I also wanted to say hello to all of the all involved and
Give me a second. Or what's the murmuring?
You can't do campaign.
We turned down other candidates. This is a forum for,
sorry, just wanted to.
Wait, we got a guy for this, got a guy.
She's welcome to come and introduce herself. She can't use it in campaign.
All right, you understand them?
I really understand, yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So, thank you so much for having me in. Just wanted to let you know there's an option and check me out on PennaSC.com.
Thank
All right,
you.
sir.
Thank you for being willing to serve. All right, if I'm,
Is it possible to speak again to this time allows?
what's our time?
30 minutes?
Do we have exhausted our 30 minutes?
We're close to.
Keep quick. Well, my last, speech had the assistance of ChatGPT, so that is the smoothest to it whatsoever. I can contribute to that. This is coming from my gut and my heart, so bear with me. But, in digging into a personal matter, affecting the property that I have, basically, I came to realize that these zoning changes that I discussed earlier were placed on an agenda that was published the day before the town council meeting. They received first reading without any discussion. All the discussion was in the public forum. There really was no discussion. There were 8 other items on that agenda, items like the budgets that were produced already, switching from the planning commission meeting from the second Tuesday to the third Tuesday, items that make sense. The zoning change that affects 95% of the property owners of the town shouldn't receive such a rubber stamp with no discussion. Furthermore, there was a public hearing meeting and nobody turned out for that. So I follow this because it's my job. The public is not aware of any of this. But after first reading, part of the ordinance uses the pending ordinance doctrine, which basically means whatever you just passed without any discussion is not law. Is created, is enforced as if it's law. I'm faced with it right now. I have zoning permits out there for 8 weeks. And moving forward to the planning commission where I spoke, Mr. O'Hara properly found in his investigation that somewhere else in the flawed zoning code of 26 years, there's language about the town having the right to merge lots. So 2 lots owned by the same ownership, 2 vacant lots. So if you didn't build on your lot, you're holding a vacant lot, 2 of them together, the town can combine those lots and you lose a lot. To dumb it down.
That's called non-conforming merger clause.
To say that is I don't know if the town ever planned to use that. It's part of a very old code that's being corrected on a monthly basis, but it's affecting my lots because of the pending ordinance document. I would go from 10 lots to 3 lots. This is on a property that I received planning commission approval on in May of 2018. I put the infrastructure in between 2020 and 2023 due to COVID. I received a final plat on January 11th, 2024. All the infrastructure is in, building pads are in, entry statement is in. I sold 1 lot, it's under construction. My next lots, because of the May first reading with no discussion, it's been a pending zoning ordinance. I'm stuck in the mud. So I don't know if the town plans to pursue that thing, which is not ever used in the state of South Carolina. There's dozens upon dozens of property owners around town who don't even realize this, that they've been losing lots. To me, it's punitive to somebody that just decided not to sell their lot or build on it, maybe just to hold it. In my opinion, there will be as many lawsuits with the town as occurrences that are found. People are not going to tolerate losing lots that they properly, did during, when the rules were there for the last 26 years. So, I guess I'll just leave it at that. But anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bolton. All right, that brings us to item 12, report from town departments, boards, and commissions. We'll start with Municipal Parks Foundation Board. I think Mr. Baldwin's here, and then Adrian.
Good evening, council, mayor. Like you said, Ms. Fraser, did you want to speak on, so we're gonna kind of.
Really actions, directions.
I wasn't gonna read the whole thing, I'm gonna paraphrase. You guys received a copy of the chairs, our concerns. I did like to post something if you want to speak more on it, you're more than welcome to. So essentially, did you guys get a chance to review it by chance?
When was that sent?
We want to vote.
Please
Would
read it.
you like, okay,
Yeah, let's read it.
We don't have a copy.
And the special event.
We didn't have to have a page.
okay, no worries. Well, it was sent out on the fourth, but it states, the draft special event, or excuse me, summary. The draft special event application guidelines should keep permit control and final decision authority away from the park board to the town administrator and town council. This risk undermining the park board statutory role in managing park property and could show routine park events improvement. Excuse me, slow. So the primary concerns. And we do have location of the documents, intake filing directed to town administrator and park board chair creates dual control, which is on page 2 of that, of the current file. Additionally, late applications may be reviewed at the sole discretion of the town administrator, that's on page 1 and 2. Fee waivers, reduction must be approved by town council. Broad language allowing the town to approve the conditions or deny, and directing appeals to the town administrator or town council. Former signature line for final approval approved by town council, and with all that being said, I guess let me back up, with all that being said, we understand that you guys have the final say. However, the gist of it is you guys are, feel like the power is being taken away from us as well. But I'll continue. Multiple administrative agency requirements, insurance, SCDOT, fire marshal, law enforcement, or administrator through town channels, but the draft does not clearly separate administrative technical review from the final park use decision. Why does it matter? Park board oversight ensures park-specific knowledge, consistent use of policy, timely community access, and accountability for park stewardship, effective final authority with council administrator. When theme parks permit provides, where am I?
I think it's Ashley's overview of what their limiting factors are.
Yes, so it's an overview of, and like I said, if you guys don't have time, we really want to request another joint meeting to kind of really discuss and get this ball rolling. But this is just pretty much a list of everything that. Yeah.
Copy to Catherine, or maybe I actually forward it, so we.
I did just find it in my emails, so I forwarded it to all of this council, and we can schedule that special call.
Thank you.
Okay,
I'm confused.
This is related to part report 12A, item 1.
I'm gonna do that now, I'm just saying to see planning.
Yeah, we'll give us a second.
yeah, no worries.
It is in the packets, it's labeled,
Somewhere else.
with the events, yes, sir.
Page somewhere, or where the deadline is.
I think it's just a loose street, right?
Right.
Oh. For this. They are pulling out for the year.
This special event application. This is the one that was drafted by town attorneys. This is the one that the park board has been working on as well. So the park board directed it, the town attorney. Reviewed it, made recommended edits. And then,
Okay,
upon park board review, they sort of their additional comments, and this is where the park board would like to talk. To the town.
thank you. I know what's going on.
Yes, sir. Yes, originally the administrator drafted it up and there were some provisions made by legal, and we want to make sure we're all on the same page when it comes to the other losing the out.
That concerns that they have, like, for instance, it being double reviewed, is that your recommendation? Cause I'm kind of with them, like, if they're in charge of. Oh, if we've empowered them to oversee these events, wouldn't they? Have, so I'm asking that recommendation, what recommendations did you give that now we're kind of circling?
To be honest with you, I did not review this document, it was another transaction lawyer,
Okay.
so I don't know the answer to that.
So that basically is the gist of what has happened, is we submitted an application, it went to the lawyers for review. And then they redlined on the entire document, removing any decision making from the park board
and putting that back in the town administrator and the council's decision making. So we just, as the park board, want to have a joint meeting with you all to make a determination as to who's actually going to be controlling the presentations of these events. Why would they even come to the park board if you don't have anything?
Max, there's been a miscommunication where the attorneys that reviewed this they've not reviewed the ordinance and where you basically empowered the park board.
Yeah, so if they have, the way the ordinance works is they make a recommendation, ultimately the council decides.
Right.
Right, but the applications have to go to them to make a recommendation. Do you see what I'm saying? Like that, like
the way the application, not the edits that were made to the application.
you know, I'm saying in a perfect world, for them to make a recommendation, they have to have all the information in order to make a recommendation, which would be me applying to use the park, you look at my application, I come present or whatever, you like, that's solid, love that idea, we're gonna recommend that council approves that. That's how in my mind, this works.
Looking at it. Determined. So we would just like to schedule a date for you all can meet with us.
Yeah, I think we have
So
Jason
we have-
in the interest of time.
Yes,
But you'll have some other things to cover.
yes.
I'd love to meet the party as board and reiterate that we're trying to give you administrative control.
We meet next week, so we'll get some dates through Catherine to you all on what, I mean, and if we'll have some dates we can say.
And are you holding documents that we don't have? Is that, I understand, like Miss White, came with something that we just found, is that right?
It's all in your inbox, it's right here.
Now it is.
Yes.
Okay, great. So we're woefully uninformed on what to, what the problems.
So that's.
Okay.
I agree, if there's any concern, let's talk, we'll get it sorted out.
So the other issue that Ashley wanted you to discuss with you is talking about the controlled burns and some clarifications. I know the last time we talked about this after the presentation in May was that someone on council wanted to ensure that there would be a biologist consulted. Is that correct?
That could have been me, and I said, yes,
I was.
yeah, no, I just wanted,
And that's fine.
I just wanted to be sure that the Forest Service was involved.
The Forest Service is a part of the controlled burn team.
Right.
They do have biologists that are on staff that work with them and the fire department before.
And he's excellent, and I want to be sure that he's kind of had a chance to see the site and know what's there, so he can give them some heads up if there's.
What we need from you is some objectives that you want met by Forest Service and the biologists, so that we can then go back and have them answer those questions, and then we can get an approval. So if you could submit that to Ashley or to the park board email, that would be very appreciated. Oh, happy to. There we go.
Next, we'll have Mr. Daniels come up and kind of discuss the chemistry department on these monkey samples.
Nice.
I'm Ken Daniel, 601 Hall Road, Vermont. I've been working with the civil biology department as well as the chemistry department. They have kind of a crossover on a project that they'd like to do, which is they want mushroom samples. Now, that sounds kind of strange until you realize that fungi collects metals. Virtually any metal has an affinity for fungi. What we want to do is establish a baseline of how much metal is in our environment. It's kind of like the canary in the coal mine. Yeah. This would initially just be a baseline to say, we have these metals and they are at this level, and then monitor those to see if they're up or down. It's kind of like plastic that we have a big problem with. We don't want them. So it's a simple thing. All they need is information to take samples of fungi out of the park.
I love it. I like the Citadel. I've worked there for years.
Yeah, with this is an act, this is a real thing. I met with the professor and a couple of students were out there with me about 5 weeks ago.
And they use fungi to correct the pollution and project superfund sites. Like they're amazing.
I learned more about fungi in the last couple of weeks than I've ever wanted to know. But it's amazing, it's one of the largest single white masses on the face of the earth.
On Earth, that's right.
And
you got
the park board did recommend approval.
Yeah, you got, I think you got, you're gonna be surprised, when you're supposed to tell them. I think it's just what we want to go on in the park, because again, local universities, colleges, forward thinking.
Yeah, just that was Gabriel that started at the chemistry department and went over here, and I hope we're going to bounce back and give you some plant work.
Right.
With the ecology department.
Get us a recommendation, I'm Bill sure you'll actually through them. Looking fit, James, thank you.
What's that?
You look fit.
Yeah.
Did I also have a motion and approval that formally recommended by the council of Civil Valley Department? Being sample, gather mushroom samples from our farm?
Is it time for that, or do we get?
Yeah, that.
What is the motion you send?
Motion to approve, the Citadel Chemistry Department request for obtaining mushroom samples.
Is it chemistry and biology, or is it extension?
This chemistry department.
All right, under motion to consider the approval of the Citadel Chemistry Department request for obtaining mushroom samples from our park.
Motion to approve.
Very second.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, hearing none, I'll call for the vote, all in favor? All opposed? Passes unanimously.
Cool, and then, so lastly, I won't take too much of your time. Lastly, a reminder for everyone, I'm not sure, it's been a work in progress and we just need to work out the rest of the logistics, but on September 12th, 2026, we are hosting, I guess it's the second annual fun run, 5K fun run from the town, from actually the town hall to, the actual park. So currently right now, I believe it's live on the website that we have the registration fee, $30 for adults, and it's gonna be $20 for kids. Also, there will be the health center will be doing free screenings of like blood pressure tests, diabetes screening and other health assessments. I'm trying to get my old back coach from Wando to get, some of the students from cross country and track team come out there as well. But more information to come, but essentially, come on out, it's free if you don't wanna run, support your town. It's from 10 to 2. And all the logistics will be will be handled this next meeting come Tuesday. Am I missing anything? Okay, also additionally, fruit, and free veggies will be given away. We also are looking for, some vendors, local vendors. We're just asking for donations. Other than that, any questions?
Who was the gentleman we talked to yesterday?
Jeffrey Cohen, he is also on the park board as well.
And they,
He hosted the, or sponsors the first 5K fund. And so he's been working with the park board on their logistics.
this comes off as like a public health.
Yes.
Right, for public health, who's gonna run with me on September, well, the 5K on the council, any?
Maybe.
I've got some bad knees.
All right, love it. So thank you.
But I'll be here.
Any questions for yourself?
I will receive this order and take it through.
Okay. Of course. Tell him said thank you from sincerely.
Yes, sir.
Let's see, that brings us down to the 5K, I can't have these other 5 months. I'm on there, there's something as well. I have to. Planning, number 12, B, I guess we're looking for, report from the planning department, I expect Mr. O'Hare to be the order thing.
I'm not speaker, so I'll talk loud. The board of zoning appeals met this Monday, there was no applications, they just had to approve their meeting minutes from the prior meeting. At this time, there are no appeals, variants, or special exceptions being heard or requested, so it's likely they will not meet in September. Planning Commission met on Monday, July 13th. The Planning Commission recommended denial of ordinance 2026-17, which is the minimum lot size increase to the residential zoning district. Ordinance 2026-18, which is the minimum lot size increase to the agricultural general zoning district. And ordinance 2026-19, which is the amendment to the wastewater or water and waste disposal section of our subdivision regulations.
The planning commission expressed concern that further considerations are necessary before these proposed amendments are adopted. Specifically regarding the zoning district changes, they requested amendments, or they requested feedback from the town council before making a final recommendation. The future land use, zoning districts as proposed, that they've recommended for your consideration, that was provided last month and in your virtual packet this month. There's some variances to the current ordinances that are being proposed on VR2, which mirrors the town's previously existing residential zoning standards. That was done before ordinance 2026-17 was proposed. These districts are still in draft phases. Town council can facilitate comments directly through staff, or we could coordinate a workshop to discuss. They're kind of open to feedback. Planning commission is also looking to schedule a public hearing on this proposed districts later this year. The planning commission is set to meet next week, August 10th, 2026 at 6 p.m. That agenda is going to be posted online. As far as the planning department goes, one scrivener's error for y'all. I agree, I updated this staff report. There's 18 zoning permits issued from July 1st to July 30th. Planning department is making preparations to begin transitioning to a new permitting platform. I've mentioned this a few times. We're still working on the contract right now, but that should be done soon. This platform will have a public facing map, which is something we don't currently have, where individuals can look on the website to see where different zoning approvals or subdivision requests have been issued in real time. So hopefully that will limit some of the calls or concerns that we get from people who are facing directly. Once that platform is live, the planning department will host a workshop with you and we should be interested. One additional reminder, this has been on the packets and provided, I think, originally in April. There was a staff report regarding the planning department overview. This highlights several key areas of needed improvement in the planning department. Just for your consideration, I would ask that you be able to review that, and if you haven't, feedback, please from the staff. One distinction, separate staff reports for non-action items attached to this report. Other future land use, residential zoning districts as recommended by the planning commission. Planning department overview, ordinance 2026-23, C Sands PD rezoning. Those that are for action tonight are ordinance 2026-17, ordinance 2026-18. Ordinance 2026-19. You'll note for first reading tonight, there is an amendment, proposed amendment to the annexed lands and how that's reviewed. It was requested following an executive session. And I'm looking for a question.
So did you just say that the planning commission recommended a no vote on all three of the ordinances up for the final reason for that?
That's correct. You'll find those exact staff reports that have been prepared for town council in the second reading amendment section. So it's later in your packet, but prior to voting and seeing the amendment, you'll be there. Specifically, for each zoning increase, planning commission made the recommendation to deny the proposed amendment. Planning commission recommended that town council consist of a holistic approach as recommended by a comprehensive plan and previously presented in the future labels. Zoning districts is provided. Was provided. Thank you for that. Yes, Councilman.
I'm confused. The planning commission is proposing us rejecting the planning commission's proposal.
No, sir. The planning commission is rejecting the adoption of ordinance 2026-17 and 18, which was first proposed by town council, first reading on.
Town council can't propose it. It has to come from planning commission.
Yes, so before final adoption.
How did we come up with the proposal?
Before final adoption, it has to go to planning commission first, so they can review it and make a recommendation. But it can start at this body, or it can start at planning commission first.
It can't start at this body. We
Does all the time.
I think proposing an
Why
ordinance.
can we have a team in place to give us their wise counsel and their expertise if we're just gonna run from rag rampant on our own?
Well, it still has to go to them, that's the thing. Like, we can't give it second reading until.
Well, but with this thing that we talked about in first reading, it's in place.
It's considered anywhere.
Last part on the agenda, I'm just thinking about this, this process. That.
So Wendy has her time to speak, while
That's, I don't know why you're confused, because we've done this before, we sent ordinance to them, they review it, this is not the first time.
We shouldn't be coming up with the ordinances. Why do we have these teams in place?
So my turn.
Okay.
The reason we sent it to them is because this is what we all voted on. This is what we all voted on in the comp. This is why we wrote this and sent it to them for their recommendation. And this will probably be the third time I've asked for this, because I'm also frustrated with the back and forth with planning. When are we having a meeting? When? I've been asking for this since April. When are we gonna have a joint meeting with them? Because my level of frustration with the disconnect between us and planning has reached its limits.
I believe town council would have to establish a date for that.
We've talked about it at least 2 different meetings, I know about, and I'm just asking, when is planning, do we just need to pick a date and expect them to show up?
Yep, let's do
Because
that.
let's do that, because
I'll get her.
this is getting really frustrating.
Mr. Crowder, do you have a?
Yeah, I was gonna, on what Ms. House said, and really to ask what proper format for that would be. We had a joint meeting with them before their request, and I believe it was held on their meeting day. Because I don't think we ever had any council minutes from it, which we should have had. It should have been each body convened and each body should have had minutes, but we didn't get council minutes. So, I mean, they can, that's what they've already done this. They requested a joint meeting on their regularly scheduled meeting. It sounds like to me they're not gonna have one. That would be an absolute opportune time to do it.
If they're open to having it, I think it's just a matter of town council agreeing to a good time and makes works for.
Does anybody have a problem with their next regularly scheduled meeting, which will be
Monday.
this coming Monday?
You said the agenda's already been published, so.
Well. Wait a minute, I got one of my, they weren't coming from the house. They say they weren't.
So gang, under mayor's report, there's item A, request for a special call meeting in August 2026, that's with the planning. That's on, I need to get all y'all here so we can see when the option works. And we can see when they're running web, so that's what that is, that's what that agenda item, the mayor's report is about. Is about getting this planning meeting. Now, I got a question that I, as a new guy, an ordinance can be proposed by a council member, right? Or it can also be proposed by a commission, right? Can it be proposed by a citizen?
A citizen can propose an ordinance, but it would need to be a council member that requests that it be crafted, like so. Frank can't call me and say, Mac, I want you to draft an ordinance about shooting shotguns late at night or whatever the ordinance is. He's not on town council, so y'all are the body that I ultimately report to or the staff reports to. Right. So we prepare ordinances at your direction, or the planning commission wants to create a zoning ordinance to bring to you all. We can do that too. But for example, planning commission could not create an ordinance about general operations of local government. That's outside of their wheelhouse. So, right. A lot like the general operation of government, that's just this body that proposes those ordinances, but planning and zoning and land development regulations can come from y'all or planning commission.
Right, so to say, but Frank can offer input to both.
Yes, they elected you, so they can come to you with ideas, like, you think it's a good idea.
So Frank wanted to do an ordinance, and it won't be on shotguns at night, because he loves that. On like.
I got all this stuff.
But he could come during public comment and say, I would request the council take up this ordinance that I wrote, here's the paperwork, Ms. Watkins. And that would be, so an ordinance, that's what does that call democracy?
That is.
Alright,
So that's a good example.
I thought. All right, Anything else for Mr. O'Hara in the planning board? All right, we'll move on to housing. I think Mr. Watkins has of housing.
Thank you, council. So I've been working with Johnson County Community Block Development on the Community Block Development Grants. Also known as CDBG for project year 2022 and project year 2023. Once those funds are spent, the town can begin using funds to set aside for program year 2024. We have not been allocated any additional funds. Because we have outstanding funds that we need to spend now. At the time when I wrote the report, the remaining fund balances were as follows: for program year 2022 was $22,757, and for program year 2023 it was $77,254. When reviewing the housing files, the town has 10 active applications undergoing the eligibility process for environmental review, 1 application pending completion, and 18 applications working with the county on supporting documentation and further clarification on prior submittals. The town cannot provide any additional information about specific applicants or applications beyond the number of applicants and remaining funds, as there's highly sensitive information that is submitted with those applications.
Need to know that possibly,
What? For the record, Mr. Porche stepped out for a moment.
The town staff provided the following documentation on the process of CDBG applications as approved by Charleston County during the 2026 budget retreat, and also the 2026-2027 budget narrative. That is outlined currently in my staff report. I can read that about the council report. Moving on.
So we have those documents somewhere as the 2026 budget retreat document and fiscal year 2026-2027 budget narrative.
Yes, sir.
I guess you weren't gonna go about town staff provide the following documentation. Cause I didn't see the attachment for the eligibility checklist for town and sheet attachment. Under
So those were,
number one,
I can send those to the town council office and error out on it. But they were included in this package. Additionally, this week when reviewing the files, I found the following related to the CDBG project. The town Albemarle policy and procedures for the housing rehabilitation program and water connection program as of April 12, 2013. So at some point in time, there was an internal adopted procedure by staff as to how to handle housing projects in the CDBG application. Our review both of these policies with legal counsel and formalize them in the procedures for the CDBG project, and I will continue to keep the council up.
So you found a document
Yes.
from 2013 that we did not know existed until we found it. Correct. That is some kind of procedures document that addresses our housing project.
Yes, and at the time in 2013, they also, the town utilized CDBG funds for those who wanted to connect to the water system. So it would pay for the water tap fees and it would also pay for the plumbing connection to the house in order as an emergency prepared to allow for access to clean water. Yes, sir.
I have a couple of questions. I found that very interesting. I actually clicked on the icon and read front to back. And my first question is, do we have any evidence that it was ever adopted in any kind of capacity by the town?
By the town council, no.
By anybody?
By-
any way, shape, or form?
By the administrator at the time of the law.
So we just think that he made it up and put it into effect.
As the chief administrative officer, yes.
Okay, number one, all right, now number two, you already mentioned this aspect of, CDBG funds being utilized for water connections, tap fee and connection fee and running the line to, from the meter to that, to a person's house. For, under the same conditions as some on the farm for the housing rehabilitation grant. Nobody knew anything about that, I never heard of anything about that. And we don't know whether that actually was utilized.
It was utilized because we've heard some residents throughout the process, or in other passing conversations that have come to speak with me. That have been related to, they've submitted an application for it, and at the time when the house.
That's not currently in effect, is it?
We have not received any current applications, however, it can be used towards that.
That's what I
It is in order to say there.
There's an application someplace.
It would be through the housing application, and you would state in that application that you would need access to clean water. And you would like to tie it to the.
Clear to somebody that goes and clicks on the link for the housing application and says you can also apply for this water connection grant.
Yes, and they can also reach out to myself, and I can help them through the process.
Okay, we didn't know that, I didn't know. I don't think anybody.
Okay. I was,
All right.
talking to the lady at CDBG or something like that, and also, second.
Well, I know she didn't mention that to me when I sat in on the meetings for the monitoring meeting.
Right.
Nobody said anything about any water connection.
We had a meeting, we talked for a long time.
Well, I'm just talking about a meeting I attended, I never attended one.
Yeah, I didn't with you.
Right. So anyways, and then the last one was something called home something or the other. In this document, you don't know really that, and I've heard people say that it has to be, he said, what the heck is that? And is that part of the CDBG program then?
That was another avenue of CDBG funds that we do not currently utilize.
What we did once upon a time,
Yes, we did.
but we don't anymore.
Correct.
Could we if we wanted to?
Yes, so that would be a policy decision.
All of this is a policy, but it should, what is it?
But I understand, I mean, that clear, it's like if the council would like to start going back and starting to do.
Well, I just wanna understand, because you can't make good decisions if you don't have the knowledge, you don't understand what's connected to considering. That's all, and that has been provided to us before, not since I've been. I doubt anybody else here either. So anyway, so I think it's an interesting, thing, and, I would encourage you to look at it, so more not only that, would be looked at, because it also has an implication for staff. Here's, we had a whole lot more staff when this thing was, put in place in 2013, and the town was a much smaller entity back then. Perhaps that should, have some bearing on our current policy decisions and going forward. Thanks.
All right, any further discussion or questions for Ms. Watkins concerning the housing? All right, hearing none, we'll move on to item B under number 12, water.
Yes, so staff recommended standardized forms for water contracts, new easements and title documents. The proposed forms that you have currently in front of you were developed in coordination with the legal counsel and reviewed by our town engineer, Tim Seabrook, to ensure consistency, accuracy, and compliance with applicable requirements. Adopting these forms would establish a formal procedure and for processing these matters, we currently don't have one. And a clear paper trail documenting reviews, approvals, and other transactions. This documentation enhances accountability, transparency, legal accessibility, and long-term record keeping while promoting consistency and efficiency in the town's administrative processes. Staff recommends the approval of these forms for future use. And then in those packets, again, it's the contract, new easements, and then titles.
Is this required a motion or?
Yeah, it's just an action, it's an action, right?
We can discuss these, it can be an action item, or it can be for further discussion and then a later date.
Brother. You go, sure.
Thank you. What I'm familiar with this is, mainly through, drainage easements and street dedications from my former crew. Now, plus the waterworks handled all of this type of stuff because they were the water providing authority. In this instance, the town is the water providing authority. But I know what they did, and I know how we handled it with Mount Pleasant. This was these requirements were actually codified in our code of ordinances for the town of Mount Pleasant. And MPWs, they codified in their adopted regulatory handbook, and manual, whatever it's called. But it needs to be, in my opinion, it needs to be in our town code, needs to be either in the Title V Public Works under Chapter 51 Water. I think is probably the more appropriate place because it deals specifically with water. And these three documents will be included in whatever section that we establish this, and there's appendices, A, B, and C, 1, 2, 3, whatever. Or it could be in Chapter 153 zoning code, under subdivision regulations, which are part of our zoning code. Weirdly, somewhere between section 153.295 and 153.311. But I would suggest it probably better under the public works aspect. So that would be an ordinance requirement. For first reading. It's coming from us, not the planning commission. And that would be my suggestion. I'd like to hear what we.
I think it would be fine to do that. The reason this came up is a developer that was getting ready to turn over their water system said their lawyer said, can y'all send us all the town's documents? So we're like, hey, y'all have any documents? No. So the lawyer that used to be in-house in Mount Pleasant prepared these for the use of guests. This is similar to what Mount Pleasant Water Works used, but y'all's engineer and water folks in-house tweaked it, and so we kind of customized them for all and all. So I think y'all probably can approve these now this evening, just so that because these forms they've been waiting on these for a while. And then we can formally incorporate them as appendices to the ordinance. But that's totally up to y'all, but I think just in the interest of time, because we.
Is that your recommendation?
That would be my recommendation, because we drafted them, we waited for a while for the water and the engineer to provide comments, and we've gotten no less than 15 emails from this developer. About where are the forms.
I'll make a motion that we do, as just been instructed by the town.
You can get the, what does it sound like, Matt? Like, let's get there.
That we go ahead and approve these three documents tonight for the sole purpose of satisfying an immediate need for the current development. And that afterwards, we explore incorporating these into our town code of ordinances in the appropriate location.
So there's a motion before the council that has to do with staff recommended forms for water contracts and easements and titles. We'll go here second. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, call for the vote, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Carried unanimously. Yeah, I have a question for just a point of my understanding. Kevin, you're talking about two different places to put this. And the first one was the one that we got in the second. Would you say our subdivision ordinances? What, like, you like, political subdivision ordinances don't have to do with like a plan development or something like that. What is a subdivision ordinance within our ordinance?
Well, you got your zoning code, subdivision is the old school way of saying it, it's land development regulations.
Land development,
But
land development.
yeah, subdivision makes it what it is.
Is subdivision.
And we have a unified development code, although it's not identified as such in the title, but there are references to it throughout our code.
Right.
But that just combines the zoning code and the land development regulations.
Land development.
So the zoning code, for example, you just think like your residential districts, your agricultural system districts, that's for kind of the use table, sizes, that kind of thing. subdivision regulations or land development regulations talk about what we need for a preliminary plat to divide your property into a bunch of lots, et cetera. And so there's all sorts of technical differences. One requires 15 days public hearing, one requires 30 days public hearing. So there's all. You don't need to worry about that, but Dan and I take care of that.
Well, land development regulation, I just, like, oh, I got to put that on the word subdivision, but it's a, fucking.
It pertains to the division of land, it has to be requirements for the division.
I do want to clarify for the record, utility uses are referenced in our subdivision regulation, presently, which starts in the citations that it used to come from property district. But for clarity, the record, before any perpetual easement can be finally recorded, it has to come back for acceptance by the local governing body, which would be the county council. So I do want to make a clarity point there that before any perpetual easements are agreed to, town council has to give agreements to accept.
And one last question, and we'll get on the things, we just talked about ordinances and where they come from, and who can make them, that sort of thing. But is there a copy of the sort of processes and procedures for submitting an ordinance? We have that, where
So it's funny you asked, I'm writing a brief on that right now, or it's motion before, but. State law is very general on that, and under home rule, it leaves a lot of those specifics up to each local governing body. So for example. A town can decide, and you actually have an ordinance before you tonight on this very topic where. The first reading is by title only, no discussion unless you dispense rules. Second reading can be by title only, or you can have, it read if somebody makes an amendment, which is what we're changing this evening. But that's all specific to each entity. And so some governments, some local governments may say we want the entire ordinance read verbatim into the record, and most of them do title only. But that's the state law leaves that to each of the local governing bodies. There are very basic requirements of. One of which is it's gotta be in a form that is ready for final adoption to the extent it's gonna be adopted, and there's specific time, I think it's 6 days in between first reading and second reading. But other than those very basic requirements, it's really left to y'all as to how they get proposed, et cetera, and who can propose it all.
And that's just for general ordinance with the 6 days, there's other requirements we have to utilize to zoning or land use regulations.
it would not surprise me if the town of Baltimore did not have a written processes and procedures for submitting ordinances. Do we have that?
No.
All right, thank you for that. We're learning as we go. We're building it along. So we get to, we're gonna move on to number 13, county administrator report, is that correct?
Yes, sir. So as noted by our fire department, we have the second annual emergency preparedness day at the town of Colville and town Alna and Alna Fire Department on Wednesday, August 19th from 6 to 8 p.m. Last month, I noted this as well, what we've been coordinating with all 3 agencies. It's a very important day. We hope to celebrate 6 to 8 at 711 Kingston Street. Moving on, we also have our back to school event. As part of the town strategic priorities, we'll be hosting a back to school event at Town Hall on Saturday, August 8th from 3 to 6. We will have backpacks, tables from Berkeley Electric and Charleston County Sheriff's Office and some refreshments. I'd also like to do a shout out to some of the donations that we've recently received from the Bowles Bay Overland community. Yes. They donated a bunch of backpacks and school supplies, and hand sanitizer. We really loved it. It was a great donation and a great addition. We've also had some monetary donations, from one of our planning commission chairs, JD Osborne. And so it's just helping with those funds. We're very excited for this event and getting it, back to the annual test. And thank you to all the staff too for getting it together, especially with the PN. They've been really hitting the ground running, making sure that the event is fun. As noted with the ADA ramp, on July 29th is when we received the updated stamped engineer drawings of the ADA ramp where it is going into the parking lot. A copy of those has been saved from your planning department and another has been sent to council members for reference. If you do not have a copy of that, I would be able to, send that or print that out for you again. On August first, we did receive Mr. Freeman's comments, regarding the ramp. We have also sent that to the contractor as well, related to those specific notes stated and also to Charlton County Inspection Services. To date, I haven't received any response on any of my communications with Charleston County Inspection Services. And lastly, we have not paid the contractor for any of the work done until it is past final inspection. So all of the work that they have been doing is pending that final inspection until we get that. And I will continue to update the council and provide reports to the project. Second.
Yes, I don't know if it's an administrative question or legal question. What? What do we need to get rid of these guys and get somebody in here that knows what to do?
Thank you.
Yeah, photo council.
I mean, I've looked at just what Mr. Friedman presented and also looked at it myself. I mean, well, the quality of the workmanship is terrible, not to mention all the other stuff. How the heck do we get these situations?
It was related to the electrical upgrades that we had in
I
February.
understand all that, but how did we get to the guys that we have now in the predicament that we're in now?
I was going in for like further details, so we had to remove the ramp and then the ramp was removed. And then as it needed to be an emergency repair, we did scramble, we have used this contractor in the past. And they have done excellent work. They have repaired, they did the railings at the front of the steps and they've also repaired different floors. Within town hall that are structurally sound.
Well, let me ask this, did they have a permit?
They do have
Or did they have one to begin with?
yes, they have a permit.
And they have a set of drawings, but
That's the
They have
issue.
the specs for this thing, and this is what we got.
well, that's what, yeah, now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, if he had, if this is a contractor, he's got the specs the way it's supposed to be built, and this is what we got.
Yeah.
I think it's time to cut somebody loose.
As much as I hate it, because I'm a blue collar guy, that workmanship is terrible. Because they can look at what they've done, even if it did have enough joists and the 2x6s were doubled, and the slope is right, and the railing is at the right height, the workmanship is shoddy. It's dangerous to walk around it, because the screw heads are sticking. It's no good, I don't know why they're still, why are we still entertaining their effort? It's so poorly done. Even if the rail was the right height. It's still not put together in a way that you would want, like, my mom's in a wheelchair all the time, and I wouldn't push her up that ramp if the slope was right. Because I would want to get a splint. You know, and it's a hard thing, but at some point you gotta call it as it is, and these guys have had plenty of time. So unless there's something I don't understand about the relationship. We can take it from that, we have to discuss that in the motion, that now, but.
Yeah, the only issue is it's not an action item on your agenda, but I think honestly, this is an administrative issue, so what I would ask is if anybody on council has any objections or other thoughts on this. Just so that the town administrator knows, but I think she can deal with this on her own without specific council authority and action. But if you have, if you want to keep this contractor, you need to speak now or everyone can be, because Catherine can act on it.
My deal is, we had a wooden ramp up there, I don't know how long it's there before we got this. I think we need to scrap this wood ramp and go for a metal ramp. You know, so you don't have to worry about the bottom anymore.
We talked about that, Wendy, what's your call?
I want to grab. I'm officially going on the record, anybody else feels if there's one person. I've also been made aware that McCullough has a concrete ramp. I sent you a picture. So maybe we don't want metal, because I know we're trying to stay within the historical look of it, but maybe concrete.
Right.
might be a good option.
When we discussed it, I think if you look at the minutes, you'll see that we discussed all these different options, but the aluminum ramp was not only like 3 or 4 times more expensive, but it fit the culture, the nature of the look, the aesthetic of the building. Right, and it's like, we were set on it, and it's like, wow, it's expensive and it's ugly. So we decided to go with wood, and I think wood would be fine if we had a good builder that built it correct. I think we're probably unanimous, I mean, maybe not. That what's going on out there is we need to stop throwing our time into, this is obviously bad. It's not gonna get better with the same buildings. So my problem isn't unanimous consent that this needs to be over, we need to basically start over, right? Like, you can't fix it. My thought is, I hate to ask you to do it. And I don't know that you could, I mean, like, I feel like you need to ask for help. To have somebody stand you can tell the contractor who's there now that this didn't work. You're giving me every chance, you know what I mean? How do you feel about that personally, having to be the person that does that job?
I mean, unfortunately, I am typically the bearer of bad news, but I will work with legal counsel and also put that in writing and also speak to face to face.
Yeah, I wish you could ask for some help, I'll be happy to.
And you're welcome to, I mean,
I'll be happy to, if we can schedule it, I'll be happy to. I wouldn't want you to have to do that by yourself.
all right. I'll take all the help I can get.
Sure, get your out for it. Well, that is great. Yeah.
I have a question that is an interest. Yes, did I imagine that we voted to go into your relationship with the code? Resettle that.
We had,
I'll make it so, did we vote on it?
for CCNI services,
Yeah.
we've been going back and forth with the past couple of months with legal counsel on the contract, we just signed them down line today.
Okay,
So we will have that in the next 30 days.
okay, well, let's not have them look at our brand, but maybe.
And it would just, we're not initiating the code enforcement aspect, so they would be taking over building permits and building inspections.
But that starts next month. Yes.
All right, let's get it. I'll do what? Now, let's now, what do we do? It feels like we have no way of enforcing anything.
And that was my whole thought of, in my mind, that was one of the main reasons of going with them, and I know there's some additional steps that we need to do to set that up, but I think one of the most important things they're gonna offer us is code enforcement, because it's ridiculous to put Platinum free and every other ordinance in place if there's no one to enforce it.
It's an additional expense, but it was an attractive feature of the company we got into a relationship with. I think code enforcement is more complicated than just saying enforce it, like I think it
There are
does.
some things that have to be set up and
We're getting a little far afield off the agenda.
Okay, all right, we'll bring it. All right, gang, let's move on down the list of maybe interesting time.
Do you want, I can do the next 2 items rather briefly.
Yeah, that's what I mean, get on with it.
So in your packet, I went through the grounds at the municipal park, I provided the update that I gave the detail for the park board on July 14th, I will read it verbatim. I'm still working with T-Mobile to get these services, a refund for these services. And a response from Coastal Georgia, I wanted to get the cameras working, and a response from another cellular company on new SIM cards, because we'll be changing our entire town cell phones off of T-Mobile. Do not understand. And for the new business item for FY 2025, the auditors were here on and this would be for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025. On Monday, August 3rd, and on Tuesday, August 4th, they were in-house. I'm pleased to note the audit is running more smoothly than last year's and previous years. Some of the impacts were include quality control, assistance with the town's third-party accounting firm, and accurate documentation. we should be able to complete most of this, by the end of this month and have, the status of more detailed status when you get the completed report, but that should be coming more quickly and sooner than the other reports. And with that,
And once that FY 25 audit is done, we will be as caught up as we can be.
yes,
We will be completely current and not lacking and completely caught up in our audit process.
yes,
And actively seeking grants and setting up a more fully audit for 2026.
yes.
Great. All right, that brings us to council report. We'll start with Councilwoman Wendy Helm.
At the mayor's, suggestion was to put it actually on the agenda for us to have a discussion of revisiting town hall hours. I don't have comments prepared as we to discuss it as a council, what our needs are, and what our desires are for staff and town hall to be successful.
So what are your thoughts on that?
I understand where some of the staff are coming from. My concern is, it was my understanding when I came on council that even though town hall is closed, people were still working remotely and could be reached by citizens and staff. And so now it seems to have evolved into no, we're closed, we only work 4 days a week. And I'm not sure. That's effective. I do recognize staff is working hard. I also think that maybe if Friday is a work day, regardless if it's in town hall or remotely, they won't feel so pressured to squeeze it all in 4 days. And that might help with some work-life balance. I have some thoughts, further thoughts, but would love to hear what other council members think about this.
I'd love to hear a history on, like, who's been like,
Mr. Forshaken,
I was gonna say, it's like, you got, like, did it used to be open 5 days a week, or was it 2 days a week, or how? Like historically, when didn't it change from something fairly recently to what it is now?
It was 5 days. One time in the end, it was 3 years ago.
2023.
Yeah, 2023 went to 4 days. This usually because business on Friday, actually staff will just kind of in the building on Fridays. There's lower customer facing on Fridays. That's how it was there. So that's how it is.
Council meetings always been on Thursday.
Yes.
Because that's my biggest thing, like as an operations officer for profit and nonprofit. Our best day, we do the most that we're gonna do together, is scheduled on a Thursday. Right? And then the idea that we have a 3-day weekend every time after that, like that next day is when you capture the action steps. Because we're not gonna leave here till closer to tomorrow than this morning, you know? But that next day is the day to capture the action steps and set up a strategy and a game plan for implementation. And we instead, we take a 3-day week. And that, from my perspective, is not the way I would run my company. My biggest drawback to this about the work week is if you work from 8 to 5, plus you gotta write the minutes for the board of zoning appeals. Not the park board, but the planning commission, as well as the regular town council and any special meetings. How many hours a week is that? Yeah. Like that's like at least 2 minutes, right? Yeah, and so I don't think the like necessary, like that's what I'd like, some kind of like data, I'd ask for a time clock. Like there is one, but how many hours are town employees working now? No, we don't do that. but y'all want to know, no? But the town hall being closed, I don't know if you rotate it out or what work-life balance is, or, but there've been a number of times I wake up in the morning and I just can't get on all my mind. So of everything we did in the meeting last night, I want to call and get up here, do some administrative work. And I do, but I'm by myself, and I need some support that I don't have. So who was first there with it? Mr. Proudman?
If somebody else wanted to speak before me.
You go, I think you're the only hand now. I thought I saw something.
I have, and there's 3 comments with respect to that request. As I mentioned previously, the staffing of this town has just gone, it's been like a go. It's been out. We've got a planning director. It's been like a yo-yo, it's going up and down. We have an abundance of employees and we have a dearth of employees. And it doesn't really seem to be a consistent flow. And what we have now, I mean, it's a lot of work for what's being done, and also there's more work that's coming to this town than has been in the past. But with respect to like on slow Fridays, that's the time to get stuff done. I agree with you. You're not being interrupted. You can really get things done. So the staffing aspect of it, I mean, I think that really needs to be looked at. What do we need? I don't know if we have enough people or expertise or in the right places to get it all done when we need to get done and get it done in a manner that needs to be done. The other aspect of the holidays, is like you mentioned, council meeting on Thursday night, next Friday, the town hall's closed. I think there are at least three regular scheduled holidays that are on Mondays. So that's a 4-day weekend. And not just like, what are they, Memorial Day, Labor Day.
They're all outlined in my staff report that I
I know, but there are ones out there that are always on the Monday, Martin Luther King Jr.
Yes.
All right, so there are those, and there's like the day after Thanksgiving, that's gonna be, it's always, oh gosh, Thanksgiving's on a Thursday this year. So, you're gonna have a Monday instead of that Friday, because the damn Friday's closed. Then it's Christmas, you get, I think it comes at either 2 or 3 days, that gets off that. And so that can affect that to where it's stretched out. Some days it's like 4 days, the town hall is closed. Including a Saturday and a Sunday, which shouldn't really be open that way anyways. But I share the mayor's frustration with a lot of this, that there are things that I would like to explore, get into, or interact with, and that there's nobody here. We're closed. So I think it needs to be open 5 days a week. And whether or not that includes full staffing or not, or people that can work from home, and I support working from home. I did it during COVID, I did it for a whole year. And I really liked it, but I got a lot done. But I had the means to do it. Everything was online. I had a company provided cell phone and a computer, tech support online, that through email or on phone. If I had a problem, right there, we did Zoom and team meetings and stuff, and it worked well. The one time that I got involved in a team meeting or Zoom meeting here, golly, was a disaster. I'm glad we didn't do it, and we'll maybe figure out how to make it work better. I don't know. But I'm in support of having the town hall open 5 days a week.
If I may, the point of having town hall, like, to get more work done, we're already working 36 hours in your work week. So you're only really adding when you're looking at other municipalities an extra hour and a half. The workload is not going to change, nor is the efficiency of town staff. Which I think the efficiency right now, we're operating at a level that is close to Mount Pleasant, who has 50 employees. We currently have 4 full-time dedicated staff members who are working extremely hard during those 36 hours.
4.
Who's 3 of us are sitting in here, and Carolyn Gray is our administrative assistant, so that's 4 employees, and you have the water consultant. We're looking at adding a utilities manager and then
So if he's available, he's not employees.
correct, he's. Which is why I didn't add him for full time.
So you finished, Catherine.
And then we're adding a utilities manager to facilitate that, you're adding a facilities and grounds manager, which will assist with. Other outstanding projects that we have, like the ADA ramp, like any other improvements to town hall. And we're adding a town treasurer, which will be assisting with our finances and getting back on track. A huge attraction for a 4-day work week is if you think about trying to attract from all of the other municipalities who are in the same boat, having a hard time of getting employees to apply, is having that work-life balance. So when you're looking at just the straight hours, we're on par with everybody else. When adding an extra day, you're adding. Only 52 extra days, you're not really adding any extra time, it's just another burden for your staff members being here to keep going back and forth.
So what you're advocating is keep the way it is.
I think right now, yes.
So what do you think about the comment that this is our Thursday is our busiest, our most serious day? And then we take a day hiatus every time after we have this serious stuff. Is that what you promote as a good idea for getting town business done?
I think as from somebody who has come from a 5-day work week and somebody who has, it's now doing work, however, I am more available. To town council and responding, and I'm getting better at doing that, is you can kind of detox and download everything, and so when I come in first thing Monday morning, I'm like, all right, I'm hitting the ground running. I'm getting all of these things done and making sure that we're emailing and hitting the tasks, and then being able to be more efficient.
Yeah, that's debatable. I don't like, it's like when kids get out of school for too long, it's like you lose the moment. You know, it isn't like you detox and download and then you get a fresh start on Monday. That's just not, it's maybe it's just different opinion. Yeah, but so. Did you, when you were hired, was it a 4-day work week?
No,
I didn't name. Mr. O'Hare, when you were hired, were you hired at the premise of a 4-day work week?
My offer letter included a 4-day work week.
And Ms. Watkins, when you were hired, was it a 4-day work week?
Yes.
It was.
Can I speak to that?
Please, yeah.
See, I think that's where the miscommunication is coming in. Because our former administrator worked on Fridays. It was never. With a 4-day, and we might have closed town hall, but you were working 5 days a week, and somewhere between him leaving, the interim. Administrator and then hiring you, that message got misconstrued, and now we're using that as a hiring. And I am looking at all these other towns. And I'm not saying we go to 40 hours, but the town of Seabrook is open Mondays through Fridays from 8 to 4:30. It's 37.5 hours. The city of Lawrence is open 40 hours, it's 8 to 5 Monday through Thursday, but then it's 8 to 12 on Fridays. And I guess I'm just discouraged that as our town administrator, you're not hearing our concerns, and all you're quoting is work-life balance, when I'm looking at all these other municipalities. And this is the standard that they're available.
Town of Super Valley is having a hard time attracting talent to work for them, and they're looking at doing remote days. They're looking at potentially changing their operating hours.
And I'm not against a remote day, like Dan is able to work remotely on Fridays, and using him as an example for Taquita. But I do think there should be someone here on Fridays.
There have to be 2.
Or 2 people, and maybe that's you and our executive assistant.
Right,
What you
a
got?
very quick comment. Hours of operation. And how many hours each individual works are 2 different things. Right?
Right.
We can be open Friday, that doesn't mean. That every employee works 1 more day in their week.
That was the assumption from staff, was that we would all be working in extra, like, moving it to being a 30-hour or between 37.5 and 40 hours.
real quick. How many people don't like, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday? How many of you don't like being on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday?
I do it for a 3-day work week.
All day long, right? Okay, so if we can get what we need done in those 4 days, that's fine. Now, I don't mind having someone come, like after town hall meeting on Thursday, when they alternate, who will be here on Friday, and this is whatever it is gonna be, but just to be here, it's 1,000 people in the town of one. You need to be comparing Seabrook Island, this place and that place where you got 10,000 people, so you mean you got that much business? But someone has to be here 5 days a week.
So,
I just don't see it.
well, let me just say something,
Okay.
because you put it out there last year at phone. So, as you stated earlier, there was a planning meeting Monday night. That planning agenda dropped. I was working, cause I attend all meetings, so I know that. I plan on digging in what's available on that agenda, but if I have any questions with that planning stuff that I'm gonna look at tomorrow while I'm home, there ain't nobody in town I can ask a question about. Because I know Dan is off on Fridays, so a lot of times what I'll do is I'll reach out to a council member and say, hey, do you know about this, because I have a question, but Dan's not in it. So we're having somebody in town that could answer questions on Friday, give them a half a day off on Wednesday.
I work 5 days a week and, I work from home every Friday. But I have admin staff in my office every day, which is kind of what Bob's done with this. They rotate, they don't all stay there, all the hours all the time, but we're open for business on Friday. And somebody's there and take care of things as needed. And to me, this was something that Greg ran into this when he was administrator. I think it was around 3 years ago, it's going into effect, you were even on.
July 2023.
And, that was a new idea that he presented, and we went for it because we thought it would work well, and he did work on Fridays. At that time.
So that's some history.
And
That's some good history, like,
Right.
that was my thing, like, how did we get where we are? Was it always this way? And it wasn't always this way.
no,
But of course, you're gonna fight for 3-day week,
yeah,
if that's your jam, I work.
another thing I thought I should talk about was, is that, in my business, the stuff I saw, financial advisor. The markets have to be open, they cannot be closed for 3 straight days.
Yeah, banks,
They
they
look
lose
like
like
that.
that 3 or 4 days in a row.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of a rules are in place, and I don't know how much need the town has, but we're not 6,000 people anymore, we're 2,000, and we're gonna be 4,000 in another 5 years. Okay?
We have 800 houses coming. We
Yeah.
have all these houses.
The town's growing.
Not online,
Staff got
not voted.
Yeah, we're 1750 or so now, and it's gonna double. Because of the toothpaste out of the tube. I'm looking at that document, that staff report document that shows the other municipalities, including the Cleveland, which is much smaller than us. And they all work Monday through Friday.
Well,
They also have
Seven
voter
working.
registration.
I think we talked about the phone bill because of the notice. Registration and the access to the, I guess, the use of the vote grants and people do that on their, what they need. And we don't want that, yeah, we don't need.
But they do work, I mean, it looks like all the other municipalities work Monday through Friday, some of them have a half day on Wednesday. Some of them have a half day on Friday, there's gotta be some kind of solution. I think what we're hearing from the council is that,
You want a 5-day presence?
yeah, that I do,
Let's vote.
that we
It's
do.
9:38. We have a lot more to go.
There been, I mean, and I'm taking all the comments I heard tonight very seriously, there been a significant number of complaints about like people coming on Fridays and weeks.
Not just staff.
But to the public, yes.
What do we do here, council, if we're gonna take action on that, it sounds like we would do a little bit more development.
We'll make a motion. Like to make a motion.
All right,
That we have a 5-day a week presence at the town hall. And how that shakes out, there's been a number of things that have been suggested, all of which I think could be a viable opportunity. We're not gonna get it done tonight, but we will have it done.
great.
So I think we should make a motion to go to a 5 day a week operating hours present in the town hall. And with the exact scheduling be worked out, at a different day. Let's just vote and move on.
Sounds reasonable to me. You know, so do I hear a second on that motion?
Second.
All right, any discussion on that?
I would offer maybe an amendment that maybe start like after Labor Day. To give people time if they've got doctor's appointments or something planned. Also
Make
give,
that a motion.
but I would say, it also may give our administrator time to come back with us, because we'll have to make a side amendment. And instead give us the recommendation of scheduling the due week. Is that acceptable for your, or for Councilman Cross, if we amend it?
And you don't have to ask me, if you want to amend it, you make that, I make it, I'll move, but I already made the motion, you need to do it.
Like, we're still discussing, like,
But you can amend it during discussion, just go ahead and do that, I'll second.
Okay, then I make a motion to amend that the 5 day work week starts after Labor Day. Which will give staff time to come back to council for the budget amendment and schedule.
Second.
all right, so now we're discussing. Still both, we can still discuss both, but we do have stacked motions.
We have to vote on the amendment.
You vote on the amendment, then you vote on the main motion. I call for the question, no more discussion, call for the question.
I've not finished discussing.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter.
if he calls for the question, you can't discuss that, it's gotta pass by a 2/3 vote of council.
Call for the question on the amended motion.
Did we approve the amendment? Don't we need to vote to approve the amendment?
That's what we're doing.
On my amendment, and then we can discuss.
Call for the question.
But you gotta vote on whether to call the question now, because the motion to call the question ceases discussion. That's an extraordinary measure under Robert's rules, so you gotta have a 2/3 vote to stop the discussion.
All right, question, the call to question, the extraordinary Robert's rule effort has been made to stop discussion. The call to question has been posed. All in favor of stopping the discussion, say aye.
Aye.
All right, all opposed? All right, stopping the discussion passes unanimously. So what does that mean?
All in favor?
Of the,
All in favor of the amendment? Aye, all opposed, nay.
All in favor of the amendment?
I,
All opposed?
Okay.
Now the main motion.
And now, but we can still discuss the main motion.
Oh, do we really have to go through this again?
I think he actually did.
Yeah, okay, yes, I think so.
so now we
I
have to
call
vote on
for
the
the
motion as amended.
All right, the question has been called again, all in favor of ceasing to discuss the main motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. I'll say no to that, it was not finished talking about.
Also there as well.
But that motion carries.
Now we vote on the amended main motion.
All right. So I got lost in the depth of this discussion, so now we vote on the amended main motion. All in favor of the amended main motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. I'm gonna vote no again because I don't know if we got to discuss it.
Putting the walls.
But that was a new one on me, call, what is it called, question?
Motion to call the question.
Fine. All right, so we'll move to the proposal for municipal association impact fund problem solving money. That's also under munis.
I will make this brief, but this is like really good news that we can all feel warm and fuzzy about. So the, grants came out last year, they started this grant last year. We were not caught up on our audits, and as y'all all know, we can't apply for grants. So the first thing I wanna do is thank Mr. Frazier who was the councilman at the time, who found us someone to get us caught up on our grants, and we are doing splendidly at that. And so I want to thank you publicly, because this grant, I'm really excited about. This is through the municipal association, and I'm trying to find the actual, it's called the Problem Solver. There are 8 grants of up to $25,000 each. They're designed to fund smaller and more routine municipal projects. For small to medium-sized cities and towns with financial challenges. That's us, in case y'all are wondering. And we've done some improvements to the playground. And I also want to thank Mr. Gary Freeman, who actually I need to thank Lynn Vickery, who got me in touch with Mr. Freeman. Because she told me he was an engineer, but he's not, he's an architect. She told me the first time we met, he was when I'm not an engineer. And, but he has enthusiastically embraced my dream, my airbrain dream. He has never once told me this was not possible. And in fact, he has gone out in the community and found me a plumber and tried to find me a general contractor. And he has worked tirelessly pro bono doing this. He even came and met with my septic, because I was already had a previous engagement, and talked to them about where our septic system is and is this possible. And so he was showing up this drawing, and as you can see, we have council chambers here, and we want to convert this corner into an ADA bathroom that will be accessible from the outside for the playground, but also for like during council meetings. And then we're gonna rework this counter area so that we can add more seating for council meetings for citizens, because we've all been here when it's been standing room only. So I'm just really excited about this, and I just wanted to take the opportunity to ask for council support in this. Everybody has said it's possible. And some of the quotes we've gotten back have been pretty reasonable, like less than I thought. Right now, we're at about 16,000, don't have the general contractor portion of like doing the walls and like electrical. But I'm really encouraged that we're gonna be able to win, because we're answering a need that our town has with another ADA bathroom, with a public bathroom that, you know, moms can use when they bring their kids and not have got to change diapers instead of doing it in the backseat of their car. And also being able to expand more seating in council chambers. And so I don't know if I need to make a motion asking for council support in pursuing this. Ms. Watkins has been helpful in getting the application started. And we've just been waiting on all the official, kind of plans so we can finish writing up our application. So thank you, Ms. Vickery. Thank you, Mr. Frazier. Thank you, Mr. Freeman. And thank you to Ronnie and Mike Sutton.
It is listed as an action item, so you probably need a motion.
Yes.
Yes, to have a council find, so then that way, as we move forward with the resolution and the rest of the project, we can submit before the application done.
So I would like to make a motion for support from council for the proposal of the Municipal Association of South Carolina Impact Fund Problem Solver Grant for 2026.
I'll second it. So any discussion?
Is this covering full funding? Is there a maximum amount to apply for the grant?
$25,000, and right now we're about 16, so we think it will fully fund it.
But then the town's gonna put up $1,250.
1,500.
Right?
How much?
It's a match.
$1,250.
Is this recreational going to the bed or what?
That would be something we would need to discuss. I mean, the idea is it's gonna be open during playground hours. So maybe, I don't know, some sort of locking system on a timer, I don't know. We don't have all of the, like, we haven't picked out a toilet. We haven't picked out, there are certain things that we'll still have to flesh out. The idea is for it to be open at least like on weekends, because that's when a mom might bring her kids or dad, no offense to the father, to the playground, and nobody's here, and we would have Cause let's be honest, the porta potty that's sitting on a tilt, it ain't working. It ain't working. I wouldn't take my baby in there and I wouldn't change a baby and I personally wouldn't go. So, and I'm afraid it's gonna fall over on somebody, frankly, and it's not ADA compliant. So,
I love it for the, girl who's looking at using space. Been offering real facilities for parents and kids who got this starting out, I like it, you got, nice, you got money, okay, well done.
thank you.
Well done. Any more discussion?
That's fine.
Hearing none, I'll call for a vote, all in favor of the amendment on the, in front of us, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and those say no. All right, carries unanimously, good job, Ms. Helen.
Thank you.
All right, that brings us to, we're still over number 14, council reports, B, Councilman Paul Brown.
So, just like, Mayor, I've, been losing sleep, I have all in all one, and, I really have some concerns over some of the strategic and crucial decisions we're going to be making, maybe later this evening, maybe not. Specifically having to do with zoning, lot size, that type of thing, is going to affect hundreds of our citizens. We need to get it right the first time. The folks we serve are counting on us. Let me say that again, the citizens we serve are counting on us. If we ever needed to work together as a finely tuned machine, that we are, it is now. It's a team effort. We are fortunate to have an amazing team that is made up of staff, the BCA, Planning Commission, and Park Board, plus a cadre of support people. We've got the COG, MASC, we have our attorney, water consultants, accountants, and of course, we have our council. These are some all-star experienced and very smart contributors. And I would add, for the first time ever, our town has a full-time, permanent, credentialed, highly capable planning director. If we just work together as a team, trust our team, have faith in their wise counsel, our job as a council is easy. We just support their recommendations and appreciate their hard work. I heard a team dynamics expert one time talk about the famous 1992 pass between Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen. On the break, MJ was heavily guarded and everybody was watching for him to break free and run down the court for the big score. I like to think that instead he made an instantaneous risk assessment, kind of like a Navy SEAL would, and he decided to pass one of his famous behind the back passes to Pippen, who was wide open and easily scored. He wasn't looking to be the hero. So there are takeaways that these team dynamics experts would share on that example. Takeaway number one, trusting an open, capable teammate creates a higher percentage play that ultimately leads to collective success. Two, true greatness requires faith and trust and teamwork. Three, even the most elite individual scorer with years of experience cannot win the game alone. Cannot win the game. True leadership is about making the right play, not about making the glory shot. Elevate others. MJ needed Pippen as much as Pippen needed MJ. So with that, I'm going to end with an open prayer that when we end this meeting, we can feel gratified that we provided the service to our citizens that they deserve. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Brown, that was. Plus, there was passion to say, but, I hear you. So that leads to number 15, mayor's report, I'm glad you're all here, thanks for coming, thanks for hanging out, I just got back from Colorado, and, I found a place where it was 53 degrees, It's like 14,000 feet up, it's 52 degrees. And somebody asked me about where I was from, and I told them I was coming from Holland. And I didn't tell them about, sulfur in the water, I didn't tell them about the lack of infrastructure. Didn't tell them about all the work that we have to do to be a model municipality. I didn't tell them about, past years of failed audits and all of the quagmire. I told them, you know what I said was, I said, all in all, it's one of the most beautiful places in the world to live. So it's really the gateway wilderness. You know, it has Francis Mary on one side and Cape Romaine National Wildlife Refuge on the other side, and some of the finest people in the world. I said in the next 2 years, we're gonna somewhat double our population, but you won't recognize us because we're gonna be a model municipality because of the people we have supporting the council that's in place. And the council and the work the council before us did to set us up. There's been a lot of progress in this town. I was proud to tell the truth about our town. There's been a lot of progress in our town that started way before last December when the new man got here. Yeah, God, that guy's not made enough mistakes yet to really figure out what's going on. Yeah, but we are on track to being a model municipalities. We are on the road to be an example among municipalities. Thank goodness that we're heading in the right direction. I've heard from people that have been here for a long, long time, what it used to be like and how much better it is now. And I want to continue that trend. I just think it's important to say positive things about Onondaga instead of getting mired down in the real work that needs to, besides making things to be done. And you can count on that from me every time I get them. Speaking of which, the hooray for Onondaga and Ms. Frazier, thank you for recognizing the hard work that town staff is doing and saying thank you. That means a lot to me. And I'm sure it has.
I really appreciate it. The computer work and what is on there is by far much better than it was in the last 60 days.
Excellent.
And I know that Tiki is the one who's doing it.
Love it. So I promised also that you hear from me about water every time, every single meeting, until we fix the water. So you're gonna hear about, from many meetings. I did, sit down with the, Rural Water Association representative, named Brandon today. Talking more about water. He was sitting with our consultant, talking about the VIP grant and that home run grant that they saw us in Hope for. It shows us to give us a free, engineering comprehensive survey of our water system and then access to $1 billion grant. Don't forget that we're in the hopper to receive this attention and real capital from this VIP grant. And the Rural Water Association connection is helping us tee that up. We're also looking for emergency generators. That is an ongoing process and grant process. Get emergency generators for both Station 1 and Station 2. We had a big meeting about water, and what did I hear about water? We got all the experts in the room, and I was a little surprised we didn't have more people here. But so luckily it's all recorded. So we haven't stopped thinking about water. We don't ask point blank, how long is it gonna take before we know that we've been accepted to VIP? They said it shouldn't be long. I got a vague answer on that. We are chasing after a full-time municipal employee. We budgeted for it. We got right up to a final interview again, and that's still, and all of a sudden we're not hearing from them again, right? So we're still hunting that. We haven't forgotten about water. We're still thinking about it.
I'm still smelling the water in case of animals.
But that's,
I'm still smelling the water. As the only council member here, I have found water without a filter.
I treated that as a source,
Yeah.
or at the,
I suffer with all zero.
I will say that, I looked up and talked to some water professionals about, because we got all this rain lately, right? So the drought must be over, right? Wrong, right? This is the worst drought we've had in more than 130 years. More than 130 years, we haven't had this length of drought, this severity of drought. And the rain we've gotten lately and the water you see in the mud puddles, it's kind of foreign looking thing, right? What is that water in mud puddles? Does not appease our drought conditions. We're still in a critical drought, all over Charleston County, Charleston, for the entirety of Charleston County and Charleston. But we do have we're trying to take some municipal action to have some sort of drought response in place, which, will be useless unless we have some way to enforce, right? Let's see, and that's what I have to say, for my sort of mayor's report. Ray for all, thank you for saying thank you. We're still thinking about and working on the water. It's obvious to me that we need a special call meeting in August. And I'd like to have a special call meeting to have, an executive session involved, and I'd like for the focus of it to be on planning. So I'd love for you guys to pull out the calendars, let's find a day in August that we can get together and discuss these issues that are all over the planning aspect. Let's see.
What issues are those? What, I'm not sure what the executive session. You had mentioned something about meetings with the planning commission, you get on the same page, earlier this evening. That's not what this is about.
Do you disagree with an August meeting, a special call meeting? I think we need to talk about planning, we need to talk about, zoning, we need to talk about, land development regulations, we talk about specific instances that are occurring in our community right now that are affecting our population. For example, I've had people in my office, and I'm always open in my office to talk to citizens when they want to talk to me. And what we're doing right now from a council standpoint, in a reading we have tonight, really negatively affects a portion of our population that I think we can stand to talk about before we do that. You know, there's a lot of ramifications for the actions that are in front of us that I believe we need legal counsel on before we move forward.
Well, may I, if you don't mind?
Sure.
I fully support these special call meetings, the legal planning commission. That absolutely needs to happen. Because we are at loggerheads with many issues we don't really need to be. With respect to these other matters, I assume you're talking about the ordinances coming out for second reading.
Included are the ordinances coming up.
Okay, so I have a question, and this relates towards one of those, and actually, I think it is second reading, getting first reading, I went to the last meeting about the amendment to streamline the second reading, where you don't have to read everything verbatim if you think for proposals of amendment. Okay, but the rest of that ordinance has not changed. It's not proposed to be changed. Well, not the rest, the beginning. And what it says is that all ordinances or bills have to be read. By title, first reading, there ought to be informed, you have the first reading. There's no amendment to first reading. Just give it a reading by title, and unless it is dispensed with unanimous vote of council without discussion, it gets referred to an appropriate committee, which in this case is either going to be the administrative committee or the Ways and Means Committee. We have not been doing that. And that's what I believe the policy. I believe that's about.
Yeah, that's not, I don't think that's working over, that's a correct summary.
Okay, so what I propose that we do when these second reading things come up, and this is a legal question too. I would suggest to you that they are not even ready for a second reading because the appropriate procedure has not been completed. They have not been given a referral to the committee for study and recommendation to the full council. And I would suggest that occur and that it be in the form of an executive session. So we don't, all we need to do then is just call an administrative committee meeting under the auspices of executive session. And do what we need to do. So
I was just trying to find a date for us to have a special call meeting in August where we could talk about these planning numbers. Okay. Was what you're saying is you want to include?
yes, we've got this up for and who knows what's gonna happen. Okay, these things are up for second grade, they can pass. They could be deferred, they could be turned down, they could be amended.
Somebody did call the question.
Yeah, sure could. So to call for a special meeting to address these issues when they are not even fully right, to be discussed in that fashion, doesn't make any sense to me.
Right.
This other seemingly to me at least is a better route.
So we're talking about three different things. One's a special call meeting between council and planning commission. One is a committee meeting where Kent's saying we should discuss these ordinances that are on the table tonight that we made the issues with in an executive session. I think you're talking about any sort of outstanding planning/legal issues, having a special call council meeting to discuss those in executive session.
I was hoping to call a meeting to discuss our, like, the planning strategy in general to include many of the topics that at least 2 out of 3 of the things you just set out as separate. I was hoping to discuss those in a special call.
With all due respect, I mean, there are only certain things that you can have in executive session. Call planning strategy doesn't seem to be legitimate.
Yeah, I think we have an open meeting and then the executive session after the open meeting or something like that, like we do. I think there's some things that I think absolutely there are things we need to have out loud, but invite everybody to come and join, but there's some things, some legal matters that we need to talk to our attorney with in executive session. I think we can do that in the same meeting, so that's 2 out of 3. I don't know exactly what Mr. Crowder needs or wants, or doesn't understand the diatribe, but I do know that this is the mayor's report, and what I'm asking for is a special call meeting in August to discuss planning issues, and I'd like to propose that we do that on Tuesday, the 18th.
Something else is going on.
So Monday the 17th or Thursday the 20th.
Are we talking about mornings or evenings?
What time works better? Are you off? Probably.
One day,
We're looking at Thursday the 20th and back to work.
you know, the 18th, 19th, 20th.
Yeah, he's lying to die down.
So Thursday the 20th, what time works best for your parents' schedule?
I have some stuff in the morning, so we could do that.
Only 4 o'clock or 6?
But if we're trying to do a joint meeting with planning, they probably need after that, which is gone. Is that what we're trying to do?
Like we can do executive session first and then planning
Yeah,
after that.
but maybe just taking into consideration for any of them that work, they may not be able to get here before 5:30.
So you're gonna be like executive session 5 and then planning 6, we think like that.
I'll be out at 6:30.
It's gonna take a lot longer than an hour to go through the legal planning issues in this town.
Yeah, right.
What do you say?
I think, obviously,
So
these ordinances are coming up, but I would like just to be able to have a session with them to be like, can we get on the same page?
Yeah, I think that's.
And let it not be so specific about.
They can do both.
Okay.
I think they're so integrally connected that we're gonna need to do both. So the 20th doesn't work for you, Mr. Brown?
No, but I'm with it. Dan's gonna be there, Dan's there. Dan's there, I need to prefer that.
Is there another day? When's the next, when's Portia, the next time you're in office?
Eighteenth, 19th, 20th, 21st, 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th.
Pretty good town, or you?
I'll be here.
Y'all wanna try for Wednesday the 26th?
I'm gonna have a clean
The auditors, we potentially will be here for a wrap up on that day.
Tuesday the 25th,
Oh, yeah.
Monday the 24th.
Or 20th or 26th.
How far away am I from me, Rob? Yeah, I've lost track. No, it's 25th. Sorry.
25th is bad. James is at Seabrook out in Isle of Palms.
24th. When do you get off?
7, 6:30. Well,
Can we stick with the 20th and all of you there for the business meeting?
All right, so what time on Thursday the 20th do we get started?
How long will executive session take?
So Matt, you think executive session?
Like about 2 to 3 hours, realistically.
For executive session.
Yeah.
Can I understand what the heck we're being on? What are?
There's a few things that staff presented as far as procedural things that we require finishing by town council for staff to move forward with them. But there's other aspects that have been previously discussed by town council regarding plan development, reorganizations, different ordinances and things of that nature that would also be best discussed with legal counsel and by the legal counsel on staff action moving forward with different things. Additionally, it sounds like that there's the need to communicate with the planning commission at the same hearing. However, there are a lot of things that do need to be resolved with the presence of legal counsel discussed.
So Dan and I have flagged various planning zoning issues. And we need to take y'all's temperature on and give you advice, analyze those risks and take your temperature on. This is a fight we want to have, this is a fight we don't want to have, and there's more than a few. So it's gonna take some time to get through that. We don't have to do them all at one time. We could pick the ones that we think need to be addressed sooner rather than later. We can have an hour executive session. But some of these are not as time pressing as others, and we can try to triage them.
You show us the whole bit, the whole gambit, and then pick out the.
And then pick the ones we can't be more immediate attention. Because I mean, I think Dan had discussed some of these things, like we may need beyond August 20th to get fully ready for and ready to discuss the deal. But we certainly have some things we can discuss.
You can tell us about, you can tell us, we're getting ready. All right, so August 20th, what's the earliest, what are we thinking, is like 4 o'clock? Everybody do August 20th, Thursday, August 20th at 4 p.m. to start, we'll start with an executive session and we'll go into, the meeting after that.
I can be here till 6.
I'm still a bit lost as to really exactly discussed, and he was required to specify what items are going to be discussed. That we can't just say planning issues.
No, that's right. And we'll
The agenda will be posted within 21% to the freedom of information act with the proper citation to executive session action.
and we'll make sure you stay.
And those are matters that outside of adoption of ordinances
Correct.
and meeting with the planning commission, right?
These are, we've either gotten a letter from the lawyer that represents the developer saying, you guys did this, I think you did it wrong, let me know if you're gonna backtrack. Or we think if you pass this, we're gonna sue you for X, Y, and Z. And so,
I think we're asking for trouble if we try and claim all of that stuff in the meeting with the planning commission, dealing with potential legal threats, and also dealing with ordinances that people don't want that's too much.
What I'm thinking is we could do the executive session for 2 hours starting at 4. And you can do just like I said, Mac, and get us to, like, show us the whole list. Tell us what's in progress, we don't even have to really discuss it, and then look at the most important ones, and I think we can get out of executive session in 2 hours. I agree, right? And then we get the planning commission meeting where we get on the same page with the planning commission and talk about the real solution to the problem, which is the land development regulations. And get on the same page with the planning commission. And we spend the next 2 hours doing that, starting at 6. All right, and then we're done by 8, so we can still read bedtime stories and do all that.
We're still gonna have to have committee meeting for.
So that's what I'm hoping for with my request for special call meeting August 2026. And I think we've got August 20th, which is a Thursday at 4 p.m. I'd like to start with executive session and move into open session. So does that need to be a motion? All right, I'd like to make a motion and meet on Thursday, August 20th at 4 p.m. Begin the executive session for the first 2 hours and then rolling in an open session to discuss planning with the planning board, planning commission to discuss planning strategy and land development strategies, regulations and strategies. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, thank you for that. I'll briefly go to the next one, Captain, I'll probably need your help on this one, B. Consideration of the sale of former town vehicles. So the bids and purchases committee was dissolved, is that correct? And we still have a truck that I was keeping in case we needed it. But I think the most case for action here is that take that truck to CarMax, get money for it, and have the council permission to then buy another truck. As we discussed, a pickup truck, king cab, 4-wheel drive, tow package, all those things. Is that my tracking on what this is about?
Yes, the Business Merchants Committee recommended to sell Mr. Burst, which we currently have, we got $34,000 for it, and that is currently sitting in our bank account. Then the Business Merchants Committee recommended to trade in the truck and take that check, purchase one. A 4-cab truck.
Right, flight and a 4-wheel drive.
And it's, this is no longer with the Bids and Purchases Committee to then make the formal recommendation. I was discussing with the mayor regarding before we do anything else with the sale of the next town vehicle, it would need to be a council formal vote, so then that way when we do trade in the truck and cut the check, I have a formalized paper trail to show the policy decision.
So we got $34,000 for the Traverse. Does anybody remember what the truck estimated, what CarMax and said the truck was estimated at?
What was 49,000 though?
49,000.
Not the
That's
truck.
what it was, the Traverse.
Under.
Oh, Charm,
I feel like that's.
Originally, they gave us for $10,000, but that was months ago. That was-
What we do, we're looking for a dollar amount, like we're willing to spend X amount on the quad cab. Truck.
This truck will be used for what? Maintenance?
It'll be used for your facility, it'll be a pooled car, but the 2 main people that will be using it will be your utilities manager, your fields, your facilities and grounds manager.
Shouldn't it be some kind of service truck in, bins on
With what on it?
With work bins on it, is it gonna be?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how's the whole water meters around and parks and whatever, go in the back?
Yeah, and that's why we get a pickup truck instead of an SUV, but is this guy, is he gonna take Sylvester's place, the water?
No, so the utility manager will take the wrong place, so as you have a water consultant. He would be for chief would be a full-time utilities manager. Water department manager, I should say. And then be handling the office, eventually they would take over for HM North Cat as your water operator.
Alright, so I think what I need is approval from the council to spend $40,000 on the county truck. And that we can still leave us at a surplus for vehicles, because we make 34 off the first, we think we're getting 10 off of the pickup truck down to the Chevrolet. Is that fine? Is that what we're after right now? Alright. So I'd like to make a motion that the council approve the mayor to spend $40,000 on town truck as described. You have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
I would like to add to for clarity for records, these bids and purchases that we was installed in order to approve their meeting minutes that they had. We need to just constitute the committee in order to approve those meeting minutes. Because the council can't
So what's the action step?
to just reconstitute the bids and purchases committee in order to approve their meeting minutes.
I'm going to be reconstitute this purchases, that need to prove their last meeting minutes.
Second. All in favor, discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Alright, motion carried.
Those last ones that we need to that as action items.
It's consideration of the single former company was
Consideration is good, just a discussion is a problem. Consideration, no, it's a good question. Good one. You get good at this, please.
Alright, that brings me to number 16, is that right, Ron, what y'all are looking at? Unfinished business, that's all in red because it doesn't need to be read, right? Correct. But it is read, it need to be read, so move to number 17, ordinances, ordinance for second reading. The first one is letter 9, ordinance 2026-17, an ordinance to amend chapter 153 zoning code, subsection 153.027, R dash residential to increase the minimum lot size in the residential zoning district. Is there a motion? So what happens?
Motion to approve.
Motion
Who
is
started first?
What?
I started speaking before you jumped in.
Make your motion then.
I'd like to make a motion to defer this ordinance because I think there are implications that we have not fully considered. And I
We
think
can
this,
discuss it during discussion, if you second. You have a motion to approve. So second.
Second.
we've
Now
had,
let's have a discussion.
no, I wasn't, but I'll finish, you try, I'll put in order, I'll finish during discussion.
all right, so we have a motion and we have a second.
This discussion, then we tell us what you want to.
Well, it's now it's time for discussion, and this is like a contentious item. You know, so what I'm gonna encourage the council to do is be respectful of each other and yield the floor until it's your turn. And give full turn to the council that has the floor of the time. So who would like to go first on discussion? Greg, would you like- go
I
ahead.
want to, thank you. I think there are potential consequences of this that have not been considered. And I don't think I fully understand all of those caveats. And I don't think we're ready to do this, and I also think this needs to be. After a lot of discussion, I feel like this decision may need to be part of an overall approach to the updating the zoning code, and I think it deserves more citizen input in that context than we've been able to give it here. And that's one reason for saying I'm too stupid.
Sure, well said. Anybody else have any comments? Discussion? Ms. Felder?
Still waiting for answer, definitive answer from our legal counsel. does this need to go to a committee, for review and recommendation of the council?
So the language of your ordinance is the bill may be referred to some committee unless the members of council unanimously agree without debate to dispense with reference. There was nobody said anything about referring it to a committee. I think by voting on it and approving it by title only, you've dispensed with sending it to a committee, but you can still do that at this point too.
Say that again, you're saying that.
These were just approved, I believe these were all approved unanimously by title only at first reading, so they do not need to go to a committee. Because nobody suggested that or made that motion or asked that it be sent to a committee.
So well, I don't want to belabor we're talking.
You certainly can send it to the committee now if you'd like, or make a motion to.
I would like to see that happen, so. As far as the deferral then, I'll make the motion that it be sent to the administrative committee. For as early as possible for further consideration. And report to the full council.
That is full council.
What?
Administrative committee is full council.
I understand that.
That's why we're having a meeting on the 20th.
Yeah,
Well,
I think that's the main kind of that.
I would say before we continue discussion on the motion, there needs to be a second.
Do we not have a second? I'll second it.
To amend.
You made a motion to defer.
Yeah.
I made a second.
Yes, made a motion to amend and send it to the committee, nobody seconded that.
So to discuss it, we have to second it.
Yeah, if there is no second, it fails for want of a second.
So there's a motion to amend, is there a second?
Excuse me, the motion was to amend to send it to a committee.
Motion,
To add in the committee.
second, going once. Going twice, right, we did, second. It didn't go to a committee, but it did go to the planning commission,
Correct.
right? And the planning commission's recommendation was we just voted that. That's correct. And did the planning commission debate and belabor that, or was that a fairly quick decision? It was a rather quick decision by the planning commission. What was the vote count on voting down? I don't have the minutes in front of me, but I recall it was unanimous. So it was quick.
If I may, I have the draft minutes for the planning commission meeting, from July.
Yeah, okay, what's it say?
The motion that was made on ordinance 2026-17. Chairman Oscar Thorpe moved to deny ordinance 2026-17 and to recommend that town council review the residential zoning district framework previously submitted by the planning commission, and that council consider comprehensive revision to all residential zoning districts holistically rather than through isolated lot size amendments. And the motion was seconded by Ms. Kelly Casino, and passed unanimously.
Right, so Dan, can you nutshell why the planning commission decided that we should, that recommended that the council should vote no on this?
Planning Commission has been working on the future land use maps, or the future land use zoning districts was recommended by the comprehensive planning. Their thought process and within their legal authority by the local comprehensive act is to propose those to town council for final consideration. The comprehensive plan recommends the future land use zoning districts, however, there's no formal recommendation out of the comprehensive plan to amend the existing land use lot sizes. So planning commission thought it prudent based on those and that they have been working on the future land use zoning districts, that be the path taken through the procedure provided in the comp plan and then also state law that would allow for a more comprehensive review approach of allowed uses, setbacks, lot width, different factors more than just lot size. As recommended by the comp plan.
Or, all right, Wendy, what's your second?
And the reason I didn't second your motion is because I'm getting short on time with school starting back and I go into a committee and I feel like we settled the issue that council is meeting to talk about that, so. I just wanted to make that point that it's not that I don't want to have robust discussion. I just think we've established that meeting on the 20th. I would just remind everyone that one of the reasons we looked at passing this ordinance at least through a first reading is because people weren't paying attention, that this council was serious about protecting the rural nature of Olentangy. And I know several of you went door to door. That's all I heard several years ago. Was I'm tired of all these houses, I'm tired of these small lots, I don't want to make it look like I'm pleasant. So while there are some who may feel like we tried to sneak it in, I've been very transparent since 2023 that I support protecting the rural nature of this. Now, people might disagree on what rural is, but we've been very clear, especially with discussions in the comp plan, that this is what we were headed for. And so we created this as a measure to protect Olentangy. It wasn't to try to not treat citizens with any respect. It's because our wishes kept being ignored. And so we had to put this into place, the 1 acre lot size. And I've asked them, why can we not just keep working alongside? Because as long as we keep it at a half acre, people gonna keep building on half acre. I mean, that's just the reality, and I don't know. I think it's unfortunate that there are gonna be some people who are gonna be caught in the crosshairs of this. It's gonna be unfortunate, and I'm not against us having a more thoughtful conversation about it. But that's what we all said we were going to do. And y'all might change your minds, but I'm still going to do that. And I'm sure I will not be liked by some people in the community. But I hope my legacy is at some point, there's a few more trees and still some elbow room left when I'm no longer here.
I agree, you're completely.
But on your question, you should speak. Yeah. Go ahead and say what you want to say about the whole piece of stuff. I was the one who proposed this. In fact, I actually wrote the ordinances and given final reading. That could be given final reading. This goes into something else that's going to be on the agenda. We went through a year and a half of adopting a comprehensive plan. I don't think anybody is ready to go through that process again. The recommendations that came out of that with respect to the land use map, they recommended new land use classifications which could translate into zoning district classifications. I have already crafted an ordinance that transfers the comprehensive plan land use recommendations into zoning district classifications. And I've given it to you, and I believe it's in full ordinance form, ready to be adopted. If not, that's all it needs, but each individual zoning district classification, what's there now has been removed and replaced with what's recommended in the comprehensive plan. The land use recommendations that are in there, currently right now, we've got AG agricultural general, sometimes just nice. Minimum 30,000 square foot lots. Residential was 12.5, and then we voted to make it 21. And some people thought that wasn't even enough. The recommendations that are in this plan, and if you're going to develop in Charleston County, their highest density that you can get for residential zoning is 1 dwelling unit per 3 acres, okay? So that's basically a 3 acre lot. That's why people want to annex into the town hall.
Point of clarification though, with that point, the minimum lot size is still 30,000 square feet.
I understand that, but what that means is if you got a 6 acre lot, you could have 2 houses. Okay, if you got a 10 acre lot, you could have, 3 houses. That's it, 3 houses on 10 acres. Now, you can have 30,000 square foot lots. 3 times 30,000 square feet in a town hall. Probably it's double, I'm not good with math in my head, so that's why people come to the town hall. That's why I ran the town council, was to stop. And not only just to stop it going forward. But the promise I made going forward was wherever I could, and it was legally feasible to do so, to undo what had already been done. To put it more in line with the county. And actually, the comprehensive plan stuff, it was a struggle with just the 1 acre, the 2.25 and the 3. That's what they recommend. We've got village residential, it's a minimum 1 acre lot size. No 12.5, there's nothing in the and it says it should be 12,500 lots. Excuse me, 21.5. That's not in there. It's a minimum 1 acre. The next step up is the residential, rural residential. And that was recommended for between 1.5 and 3. So, I mean, how are you gonna do that? Who gets the 1.5, who gets the 3? So the concept there was to add the 2 together, divide by 2, 2.25. The other one, for the conservation zoning areas, is a minimum 3 acre lots. That's what the current comprehensive plan recommends in the way of lot sizes. For whatever the district is you want to call them. By whatever name it goes, those follow the recommendations for the lot sizes. What we see going on is people are continuing to build, even, the 12.5 is all, that just right up and down the roads, and you see what we got from that. The 21.5 is not much better. Even the 3,000, the 30,000, I mean, that is not the rural development patterns like this thing. If you ride around through this town and look, you don't see subdivisions like what have been approved. You don't see homes that are being built like what are being built now. That's just not what this town looks like.
And I think we all agree that the lot sizes can be increased.
Well, then let's vote to approve these things.
I don't think that's the issue.
Yes, it is the issue.
If you're finished talking, we can keep discussing.
Okay, yeah, you get the gist of all of that.
Yeah.
We need to translate what's in the comprehensive plan into a new zone.
It's more about what's the correct word to do that, I think. I don't understand where you get.
If I may, because it was brought up about this Charleston County, they have a dwelling unit per acre requirement. In the staff report provided to you on this ordinance and also on the agricultural general ordinance, that's an alternative to this option. And that would create the similar procedure that Charleston County has, whether it's 1 unit per acre or however. But that could be adopted within town without increasing the lot size, and we would still mirror the county board petition exceed, depending on how this body wants to research that and look at it. Other options are like conservation subdivisions, which require, in some cases, smaller lot sizes in exchange for more conserved land. If you have a large traffic parcel, you can get an exchange for increased density for preserving 50 or more % of the property. So in exchange, we would be moving people out of floodplains, out of wetlands, out of crucial and important areas, and exchanging that interaction. There are alternatives. The key issue, if this ordinance is adopted tonight, is section 153.011, non-conforming uses and structures, item J. And that's directly from our code. And it is referred to sometimes as a merger clause. If 2 or more lots or combination of lots and portions of lots within contiguous frontage and single ownership. Plain language is if I have 2 1 acre lots and I live in the agricultural general zone district and I own both of those lots in contiguous frontage. If this ordinance goes into effect, the town can apply a merger to that lot. And it is now one undivided parcel. You cannot sell lot A, you cannot sell lot B. It is now one undivided parcel.
So real quick. John, have you ever heard of the non-conformity merger clause?
No.
Right, I hadn't either. And I make that point deliberately. Thank you, Dan, is that your whole say?
Yes.
All right, Chris?
I just wanted to say that I agree with everything you said, and I agree with what Ken said. I agree with increasing lot sizes, but I think there are unintended consequences for doing it this way, and I think it needs to be part of a more comprehensive approach. And I don't know a county, a municipality around that hasn't gone through a public input process when they have reason aside from their conflict of things. Because I've spoken out a lot of those in Georgetown and other places, so I'm absolutely, you know, I haven't changed my feeling about conservation or that we're not developing the right way, but after having a lot of long conversations, including one today, I think there is a more holistic and strategic approach is the right way to describe how we need to approach it. It's not the end result, it's how we're getting there. And what the unintended consequences is that I'm concerned about, not position on conservation, but.
Well said, Eric, Ms. Brown?
Yeah, probably, you know, literally hundreds I've got here. There are 186 lots that are under an acre that will be affected. There are 200, 300 and some under 2.25 acres. Not that the direction we want to go now is, well, no, it isn't a good direction because we're already, I mean, we can't unring the bell. People have owned lots for years. They've assumed they can do something with those lots, and now we're telling you they can't. Also, we've got people that have been paying taxes on lots, and now we're telling them they can't get a permit to build it, which they were told before 2020 that they could. This is embarrassing that the inmates, it looks like the inmates running the trial. Now that, don't take that wrong, as because the problem here, Kent, is you need to stay in your lane. You should have applied for a job on the planning commission. You can't dictate to Dan, you can't bulldoze your ideas. I'm sorry.
Please let's not make this personal. Please let's not make this personal.
Well, but it's not personal, I mean, you know, it's the way says you would argue with a brick wall if you had nothing else to argue.
Let me do this. I make the motion that there's been a motion to defer, right? There's been a second. There's been no date assigned to a deferral. I amend the motion to defer by making that date Thursday, August 20th at 4 p.m. No, we have not. Pay attention.
So, it's good to have spirit debate. Let's keep it civil. Let's not make it personal.
Well, I
know
that as well.
I know, we're not
gonna sit back and
yeah, you're not all in the wrong. But I'm not sure what your motion, what you want.
The motion is to assign a specific date and time for this deferral.
Like you'll defer it until
then.
Yeah, Robert's rules typically requires if you're gonna postpone a motion that you say postpone to our next regularly scheduled meeting or 3 months out, so that it's not just indefinitely sitting out there.
And so what do we have to do on that date that we talked about?
You can re-defer it, you can deny it, you can approve it.
I
You can amend it. Yeah.
Yes, that we, if we're gonna do that, we say our next regular scheduled meeting, because there may be some work that we need to do after we talk with planning commission.
How do you feel about that? Would we have to defer it or the first Thursday of
Whatever y'all wanna do, I just don't like the idea of just blanket deferral with not no end in
I don't
sight.
think we can. All right, so I guess, we'll make a motion to defer, to amend the motion that's in front of us to specify a deferral date to the first Thursday in September regular council meeting. Do I have a second on this motion?
Second.
All right, I want to go on record about my thoughts on this and what I've been seeing. I met with a concerned citizen who couldn't divide their land all of a sudden for their family grandson because of the actions that are taken because we made the first reading and to get the shelter of the pending ordinance doctrine. And I said that, you know, roll this, roll that, we went through a couple of things. I said, we're trying to fight the big developers, the evil developers, and I don't use the word evil like that, but maybe evil's not the right word, but they do black holes, they look them in the eye. And they're developers and they're home builders. And there will be homes built in our town, homes need to be built in them. But H.R. Horton and Pulte and the like aren't based on the same moral standard, and I told them so. They're money-driven animals that are here and gone. But this old fella in our community wanted to do something that he couldn't do anymore because we had enlisted depending on the doctor. And I told him we're trying to fight evil developers, and he said, yes, I want to do that too, but you can't feed us with that same spoon. Right, which to me means our path forward is not sophisticated enough to honor the people that live here, especially the people that want to have the ability to have their family move on their lot and not it have to be an acre. There's got to be something more well thought out. I know the Southern Environmental Law Center there's some precedents that go into how you protect an overlay district or how do you protect yourself from overlooking the backbone and blood of your community because you're trying to fight off development. Right? And so I have to listen to that. And I promised this citizen that I would. And that's why I cannot vote yes on the second reading. Although I might be the biggest conservationist you'll ever meet. You know, that's what I do. That's what I've dedicated my life to. Every penny I have goes into conservation and environmental education. I think I'm for certain an acre and 2.25 acres, maybe more. I'd like to figure out a way for us not to be more appealing for a developer than the county. You know, but what I believe this town needs is a comprehensive land development regulation master plan. I think we need to get together on that first. And then we'll get at least an acre and 2.25 acres. I believe there's work to be done in front of the work that we have in front of us. I think that I don't think the process of open, transparent, and democratic government is served by the way that this ordinance was presented. It's like but I get it. Now it's like sometimes you just want to ride horseback in the saloon and shoot the place up, and when you leave, it's different. It's like you said it was going to be. But this isn't the way to get that done and honor open, transparent, democratic government. There are a lot of people that are going to be affected to pass this thing. I think it would be good to defer it. Otherwise, I would take the planning commission's offer and just vote it down. But I don't,
Chris.
Yeah.
I just want to make a point of clarification. We did not sneak in this ordinance. This ordinance was actually presented when you were still sitting on council. And guess what we did? Guess what we did? Do you remember? We made a motion to defer. And guess what? It never got taken up again. So I want to dispel this theory that we surprised everybody. Like we had already presented it and we've been presented to council. We had healthy discussions. And then we did a motion to, I can't tell you what month that was. But I was still sitting here
So you
and
deferred it to forever, or did you pick a date?
we didn't take that because it had not had a first reading. See, this one's had a first reading. We're making a deferral to the second reading. And so we never even got it to the first reading, so we could have pending ordinance. And so,
That'd be a great history to know before right now.
so I want you to know that this is not, it wasn't a surprise. I mean, Kent was basically almost the same ordinance, I think, that we started in the year before.
Did you discuss the non-conforming burning clause at that time?
No, so we deferred it.
That wasn't the reason you deferred it?
No.
That's a kind of an ordinance to have, that you, that it's like people woke in a sleeping giant.
It's not recently deferred.
Right. All right, well, and everybody have enough discussion on this?
Rodney?
I'm good.
All right, so, hearing no more discussion, I'll call the vote on the motion on the floor. It's already been amended. Defer, so the motion defer is the motion calling the vote on. All in favor? Say aye.
Alright,
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
All right, motion carries. So that brings us to ordinance 2026-18, an ordinance to amend chapter 153 zoning code. Subsection 153.1026, AG agricultural general to include minimum lot size in the agricultural general zoning district. I would, I entertain a motion to do the same thing with this one that we just did with -17.
motion to defer.
Do I hear something?
Tell them about the Craig's and
You only have a meeting for the 20th.
Yeah,
or tell the next regular.
Tell the next-
the same thing with.
Yes,
first
same
motion. All right, is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Opposed?
Nay.
All right, that brings us to 2026-19, an ordinance to the subdivision regulation, division of chapter 153 zoning code of the county of law and all code ordinances, subsection 153.305 zoning district pertaining to water supply and sewage disposal.
I hope you make some money with that source.
Anybody want to pose a motion?
Sorry. Where they cop.
There is a staff report for this ordinance, but.
Yeah.
There's some questions that they want to ask, I'm more than excited to answer them on this staff report.
We can't discuss it really until we have. I would make a motion, or I'll make a motion that we defer this one as well. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
This is until the regular meeting.
If we have to call a time, yes, we'll call it the first Thursday of September. So my problem with this one is.
Is there a second?
Yeah, Grace seconded. So this is something that, again, as a conservationist, I would like to see done. It is a blunt instrument, in my opinion, that needs to be sharper for a more surgical approach. I think that it should be more well thought out and that the intent of it is valid. But I think the consideration of how it actually needs to come across as an ordinance needs to be more well thought out. It's just too, it's not, I think it's, what we need is a scalpel, and this represents more like a hammer. And I've talked with the people who know more about this than me, and they agree with me. Did the planning, what was the planning commission's recommendation on this?
Planning Commission recommended this ordinance or amendment to consider like a little bit more of a holistic approach. Some of their concerns were the you know, is advanced technology. Aerobic systems have been around since the early 1950s. While they have changed since then, the EPA actually recommends them for areas similar on that have poor soils or high water table or inadequate lot size, and recommend them being used in cases where conventional septic systems may be failing due to those conditions. So, you know, planning commission took that information and believed that through better management and further consideration on what these systems actually do, and a regulation be drafted like that.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah.
So my concern was that I think there was some good language in the, we wanted to simplify and Andrew talked with us, Del was here as well, and we talked about some ways to potentially simplify the ordinance, but I think there was some good language in the first one that's been taken out. So I would welcome the opportunity to discuss this further with planning commission and then set a path forward to reconsider that.
So the language you talked about, how this, the assessment on undisturbed.
Undisturbed site,
Right.
yeah, and I think there were probably a couple other things in that, like big comments. I'm not recalling off the top of my head, but I did have some concerns that there was there were some things that I thought I had wished had been kept from the first version that we looked at. So I just feel like it's been a tedious and arduous process, but I don't want to see us take something off the table that could be beneficial. I also don't want to see us put septic tanks where they should be, and I feel like there's a way to accomplish the latter without a full, possibly. I'd just like to have a chance to discuss that further.
I agree. Any discussion down there? I spoke to the pros about it, and they said it wasn't ready. You know, I'm not a pro at this, I know some, they said this isn't ready. And so, if there's no further discussion, I'll, be happy to call the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
Nay.
All right, ordinance 2026-24, an ordinance amending chapter 10, general provisions, section 10.03. Procedures for enactment of the town of Allendale to streamline the second reading amendment process or procedures for ordinances. This thing, we don't have to reread the whole thing. I'll, motion to,
Motion to approve.
second.
I'll second.
Any discussion?
I just had a question for Matt. Is this, so all we're changing is that we don't have, I just want to be sure I understand what we need. All we're doing is changes that we do not have to do the entire way.
Correct, so every time you make an amendment, have second reading, reread the amendment.
The only other thing I would suggest, and Councilman Crowell brought this up, in subsection B of the ordinance that talks about first reading. There's this confusing phrase, it says the first reading of the bill shall be by title only. And then there's this language, the bill may be referred to some committee. Unless the members of council unanimously agree without debate to dispense with reference. It's ambiguous, it doesn't make sense. I think if y'all want to refer something to committee, you can do that. I would suggest maybe striking that language or at least clarifying it now while we're second reading. As a simple issue was, correct?
Yeah, I'm concerned that this is something that hadn't even been part of the discussions, like pulling something out of thin air.
But again, it's a general ordinance, it might not go back planning commission or anything like that.
Well. Where are we in this process?
This is the
I
second.
know it's ready, second reading,
Yes.
and we're ready for a motion.
So we've already had a motion on the floor, we're discussing right now.
Okay,
And your legal advice is to strike
It's to strike the second sentence in subsection B.
So we form that as an amendment.
Yes. Go ahead.
Well, I'm gonna push you, but it's not gonna be that. The motion, I'm gonna probably won't get a second, but we'll never fight it. I would amend it to read the bill shall be referred to some committee unless the members of council unanimously agree without debate to dispense with reference. Actually, let me rephrase that. This is chapter 10.03, paragraph B, first reading. First reading of the bill should be by title only. The bill shall be referred to the appropriate committee unless the members of council unanimously agree without debate to dispense with reference. That means if you're gonna do it, you gotta say it, you vote on it, you can't discuss it, you just get rid of it, and send it through. That's my motion.
That is how this ordinance was originally intended to read. That language should have not been used to ever drafted this word. So
I'll second that, and that's commitment to the motion on the floor.
Correct.
So to explain it in simple terms. Unless y'all all unanimously agree that first reading is going to an appropriate committee. Audit. Like that's the default, unless y'all think that one or the say we don't want this to go to committee and everyone unanimous. Which I think to the point of the building discussion, it's more process, more transparency, so.
And it's no longer ambiguous.
Yes.
Right,
That eliminates the energy.
So, Ken made amendment to the motion on the floor, I seconded it. All in favor of the amendment to the motion on the floor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Any further discussion on 2026-24? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. All right, ordinances for first reading, so I'll read these and then we'll have to have our motion, second discussion about. 2026-25, an ordinance to repeal and replace chapter 153 zoning code, section 153.007 entitled Annexed lands to establish procedures for assigning initial town zoning classification to annexed lands in accordance with the town comprehensive plan and future land use map. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Do I hear a second? Second. Is there any discussion?
Real quick, if y'all don't vote to not send this to committee, it's on committee based on what y'all just approved.
Right. Can I make a motion that it not gonna be?
Like who's the committee that it goes to?
The appropriate committee probably administrative.
Something else to talk. We in discussion?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Where do I start? I miss the whole thing we've been talking about all the time. Right now, we have about, I'm just gonna go ahead and say, at least not talking about what we need to hear this.
What about?
I'm gonna go ahead and say this out loud. And it's what we've been talking about, okay, we purportedly have a zoning map. I don't think we do. We absolutely have zoning text. Unquestionably. All right, and that's codified, it's available online. So, they show the zoning district classifications as specified in the text of the zoning code now. They're expressed on a map. Some people say this is the official zoning map. I don't think it is, but whatever. This ties into the town's comprehensive plan and future land use map, okay? So you're gonna zone property predicated upon a comprehensive plan and its future land use map. But there are no zoning classifications that correspond to that. Talk about what the cart before the horse. That y'all were talking about, you know what I'm talking about, don't you?
I do, but that exactly was requested by.
Well, I'm just saying, this council this, the previous council done a whole lots of things that they didn't really know that they could do, they didn't know the full ramifications of it. And, I'm just trying to point this stuff out. So, I'm so, a guy who wants to annex property into the town of Bond, from your neighborhood, say, right, well, maybe the tree. I want to annex it, and what's it gonna come in as?
That's what this ordinance addresses.
What is it gonna come in as?
CD covers that.
CD.
The property is not shown on the future land use map, an annexed land or a portion thereof is not included on the future land use map, or its designation cannot be recently.
Okay, yeah, let me back up. I didn't think of it in that prompted. If yours is not shown on the future land use map, because it's not in the tank law. Say, I want to annex, well, and there it is, annex, I'm already in the town, I'm not going to the annex again. So, we did that for me, help them with that?
Yes, so it says such portions, such land or portion shall be the most restrictive zoning classification then existing under this chapter. For the purposes of this section, the most restrictive zoning classification means the town zoning district that imposes the greatest limitation on development, intensity, density, permissible principal uses excluding overlay districts otherwise limited. Following that is a procedure which would also allow the town council to allow planning commission for review and consider a possible zoning district ready expansions.
Okay, so explain to me what that zoning district classification would be.
In today's case,
Yeah.
most restrictive,
Yeah, I mean, that's what it would be, say I wanted to annex it, it's gonna be that, what is it?
that would be determined by town council or planning commission.
They get to decide which is the most restrictive, town council gets to decide which is the most
I mean,
restrictive.
it's as it exists in the chapter today, agricultural general is technically the most restricted. There's no density decrease in agricultural general.
Okay, so, and if it were a commercial property, there wasn't shown on there, and that would be agricultural general as well.
If that's the ultimate determination, in situations like that, it can be referred to the planning commission to be reviewed and considered. There's a procedure.
No, this is definitive language, right? It says it shall be that. What is that? There's gotta be a least restrictive zoning class.
It says the proposed initial zoning classification shall be referred to the planning commission for review and recommendation of final action by the town council.
Okay,
The key being
that's
that
a requirement that you can't get land. That's required of any rezoning. Keep going.
not always in conjunction with annexation.
But it says the review, planning commission review shall include the comprehensive plan, future land use map, existing and proposed land uses, adjacent zoning, land uses, environmental constraints, public services and infrastructure. And any applicable requirements of this chapter, planning commission or town council as applicable shall hold a public hearing and provide notice as required.
The goal, instead of it being kind of arbitrary that land is just zoned agricultural general and having more comprehensive review based on work that is predated in annexation, is the creation of this ordinance. Is to allow town council more people and a little bit more say into it, instead of it just being made that it's always been agricultural general. Now there's a formulated method and plan that if agricultural general truly isn't the most restrictive and there's one later created, but that's the most restrictive. Gives the town the ability to avoid properties annexing in town to get higher density.
Well, I understand the concept of agricultural as it is right now. And if there's something that is, that subsequent changes in the future, that is more restrictive than that, then it will be that, but that's basically what this is. I think that's the straight thing, but I think you're trying to tell me that the planning commission has discretion in its own authority to decide what classification that is.
It just makes a recommendation to council. Council can accept that or reject it.
Well, there are a couple other things that I have a concern about this here. It mentions initial zoning. Well, obviously that predicates subsequent zoning, right? When you say an initial this, that means you're gonna have something second or third or fourth.
That means that there, yeah, when you annex some town, you're gonna be assigned an initial zoning designation, but what that doesn't mean is that after they're in the town, you can't, so you can be rezoned.
Right.
Yeah.
Nor does it provide in here a provision for a landowner who is annexing his property to request an alternative zoning classification. That's not stated.
Correct. So they would come in under the initial zoning category, and if they come in under ag currently, and they wanna build a strip mall, they would then apply for rezoning, it would go through the normal rezoning process.
So so they wouldn't have to go through this initial zoning thing? They
It
could
works, but it has to be given some zoning designation.
I understand that. What I'm trying to put forth here is that absent a request from the landowner for specific zoning district classification, the default provision applies.
Correct.
But if the landowner desire, doesn't want to go through and say, well, I want to go, I have to get the lease restricted right off the bat, and then I can petition for a rezoning. Is that what this is intended to do?
That is what this is intended to do, is it assigns a zoning category initially when they annex in, and if they want something, and it spells out, it's either what's under the future land use map, if it's not on the future land use map, it's the most restrictive, but planning commission can make a recommendation, and if the owner requests something else, I guess they could recommend the town council that it should come in as commercial. I don't think anything prohibits that.
No. So in the first instance, the town initiates the process. In the second, it would have to be the landowner initiate the process.
Correct.
I'm just trying to figure out how that works, right? And Mount Pleasant, it was like, you got R1, and if you just came in, that was the default, that was the highest lot size of single family residential, doesn't matter what it was, small. Unless the landowner requested a separate zoning classification, then the two went through simultaneously. Same thing, the annexation ordinance is perfected before the zoning.
Yeah, this is just a first read. Can we go through this? We have time to keep going.
I think.
This is just a first read.
I understand.
We can make amendments and changes,
Yes.
but we still have executive session to get to.
All right. Yield my time.
I was thinking that too, this is first reading and it's gonna go to a committee. Right?
Yeah.
Like,
Unless you want to dispense with a committee recommendation.
all right, has everybody finished talking about it? All right, all in favor? Aye. All opposed?
Yeah.
All right, ordinance 2026, an ordinance amending chapter 154 law and all municipal park section 154. 1009 municipal park foundation board to change the meeting day from second Tuesday to the third Tuesday of the month. Anybody got a motion? And a second.
Second.
And motion to dispense with committee recommendation.
Very good, and good heads up call, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those say no. All right, passes unanimous, ordinance 2026-27, an ordinance amending chapter 51 water by creating a new section drought management plan beginning with section 51-40 to establish a drought management plan for the town of Allendale. There, your motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Very second.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Unanimous.
Sustain.
One sustained ordinance.
Abstain.
Sustained.
This will go to committee, so we'll have further chance to discuss and.
2026-28, ordinance to amend section 30.046 entitled council agenda of the town of Allendale code of ordinances. I hear motion to approve. Is there no motion to approve ordinance 2026-28?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? There is no second.
I wanted to make a motion to maybe not approve this.
Can you second it? We can discuss it.
Yes, So,
He just doesn't have a second right now, so he's
did
leaving.
anybody second, so I can give my discussion of why? Thank you, okay, so I mentioned this, right before the meeting, and I talked to the town administrator also. Some of this has gotten so specific, and before you guys joined me, our agenda used to be listed line item by line item in our ordinances, and we went to revise that, and Matt recommended that we make it a little bit more vague, so we can be nimble as the agenda needs to change. And so, I would prefer that ordinance 28 and 29, some of the things they have outlined in here, be moved to more like policies and procedures within like the job description, or just so that we can be more nimble, because like, once we put in like, it's 5 days, if we decide we want to change it to 7 days or 3 days, we have to go through the ordinance process again. And so to keep us from being beleaguered in processes, maybe we dial this, maybe have staff revisit this and dial it back a little bit.
So that would be more like a resolution instead of an ordinance?
It would be more like the policies and procedures that our town administrator can work with the corporate council to. So that's all.
This was also to meet with, as I also talked with Wendy too. This has also come up multiple times to have staff operating procedures for town council, so like at bare minimum, we still need to have an ordinance to repeal any of this language, because it is still in our ordinances. And then I think there should still be some sort of operating procedure for the council, though, to state of like, just like all of the other boards and commissions. Those kind of policies. I don't think it would be time to just the job description.
Yeah, we would either repeal this ordinance, or it would say one line that says. The council agenda shall be determined by, the procedure for the council agenda shall be determined by town council by resolution. And when you have these passed, resolution will have to be. But right now, it's not good as written.
So I don't know if we can make a motion to defer and we gotta rewrite it, or we would do the motion to deny it and rewrite it, like, it needs to be more nimble.
Or you could approve it at first reading with instructions for us to revise it to make it much more watered down, so that you'll use the old resolution.
That sounds like a good option. Let's see, Kent had his hand up first, and then yes.
Yeah, I think the whole thing is kind of started with the time limitation on producing draft council minutes. And quite frankly, I've never seen something like that in codified in the code of ordinances. Typically, those types of things are governed by the rules and procedure of the appropriate body. Council can do it if they want to, but I don't think council needs to dictate to the other boards and commissions how they should treat their agendas or their minutes. They should do that themselves to their own rules and procedure. My 2 cents.
I'll let the UN speak for themselves, but you were kind of hoping for a more standardized approach for all of the boards that that was my impression for you.
Well, if I could say, since I've been taking on this task, especially since I took it on as town clerk. There is no congruency at all when it comes to, when it's time to post, when I get, agenda items. For instance, just on yesterday, I got a request to add another 3 items to an agenda that I posted on Tuesday. And me as a secretary, I think about how meetings are conducted and what happens, what can happen throughout the meeting. When an agenda is posted late, we get the influx from the residents who I do believe deserve advance, at least in advance notice of this agenda more than 24 hours, because it can be comprehensive. For instance, this agenda is probably more than 200 pages. To get it in 24 hours, even for you guys, I think is too much. That's just a feeling, but I mean, so I'm trying to create a way to create the procedure, and I've asked Councilman Kraus and April for discussion. I've left myself open for the discussion to see if we can get a way forward, but for the work balance for producing agendas and minutes and also getting items on time so you guys can get them on time and actually have time to see them and digest them. We need some standard operating procedure, and right now, most of the departments in town hall lack a standard operating procedure. And this, even though it's not something that's even comfortable for me, I did draft it, but it's not even comfortable for me, but it does begin to put me in the cycle of making sure that these items can get to you guys in more than 24 hours. Because like we believe you really do need more than 24 hours to digest this, and the public has been asking for more time to be able to see the documents when they get there. So this isn't really to put you all in the block of saying, hey, council, do what I say and get it done here. This is really about creating a procedure to cleanly get this done. Also, so that we're not at the last minute trying to add things, fumbling in the office, trying to put paperwork together at the last minute. Because things come to me at the last minute. You guys don't get to see them, and then we get the public forum and no one knows what to do with it. So I just like to create a procedure, so going forward, this is cleaner for council and for the public. And that's really all that is about. It's the same with the with ordinance 2026-29. It's the very same thing, creating congruency so that it's transparent to the public. They would be able to see these parameters and regulations that we put in place. They'll know when to expect an agenda, when to expect minutes, what they'll look like. And I honestly, in reading through this, it's not like there's no procedures given for an agenda to say that the agenda has to be formatted in a specific way. This is more so about time and dates and availability of these items. Because right now, it's creating a chaotic environment for.
I could agree with Bro, it needs to be a lot tighter than it is, and we need some discipline here, we need some routine and that sort of thing, like, how do we get?
I was just gonna echo what Takia said. I mean, James, the fellow that works for me, like, unfortunately, I'll be at a meeting and we'll get ordinances, less than 48 hours before y'all's meeting that we're asked to review. Because someone submitted it last minute, and James, like, they don't have a procedure for like, when they have to submit ordinances by, so. Like, this was a Takia and my colleague saying, look, we need something because we're not gonna get it right, we're not gonna be organized, it's not transparent, and so that's what this tries to accomplish is. If you're gonna submit an ordinance, at least give us 5 operating days for legal to look at it, staff to get the agenda prepared. It's unfair to all of us that are like, oh, I got a good idea. Here's an agenda item, 48 hours in advance. And we see like the septic ordinance, I think, started that way. Look, we still have.
Yeah. That's what I was asked earlier, is there not some process of procedures to submitting an order? And the answer is no.
And I'm totally in agreement. I just wonder, can we just put it into policies and rules of procedure? So it's not completely locked into its ordinance.
And it's the only difference in that is you can change it quicker. Rather than having 2 readings, you can do it in 1 reading.
And that's what I think we need to do, is to be able to be nimble to change it quicker, because it will get it sounds like a good idea right now, but it will get cumbersome at some point, where someone's like, well, 5 days isn't enough, now it needs to be 7. Well, guess what? Now we gotta write a new ordinance, now we gotta have a public hearing, now we gotta do a second reading, I mean. That's not
No public hearing, this is just 2 readings on things.
But still, we're still gonna have to do 2 different readings, so that's my, but again, not at all dying on.
So again, it's the first reading, can we pass it with recommendation of staff? Make it as simple as possible? Something like that, what would be the right words to get through?
Yeah, so I mean, and that's like, there's not a legal right or wrong answer here. The question is, do y'all want this in your ordinance, or do you, as Wendy's saying, do we want this as just a resolution? A resolution is basically for policies like this, and you can change them quicker. The issue is we're gonna have to repeal generally this ordinance and just draft this as a policy by way of a resolution. It's just an efficiency, you can change it quicker if you have a resolution.
Right.
5 days quicker. Because you can do 2 readings 6 days apart, technically.
Right. Well, that's ready moving forward, resolution work pretty down there for you.
I would just like to do please, so that we're not.
Whether the resolution or ordinance.
It's not gonna work out. It's not gonna be, it's not gonna work in your favor if we continue to meet with it, because it's really about business, not about.
I totally agree. I like nimble, I like being nimble. Thanks for coming to the Fragrance.
Way that far at a time.
So if that's what y'all want us to do, is to tweak this for an ordinance, repealing the existing language and drafting a resolution consistent with what's here, we can do that.
Yes.
Okay, do we need a motion for that, or we just need to ask you to do that?
Do I need to, I'll rescind my motion, because I was.
I would just approve it as written at first reading with instruction to revise it as discussed, and we can do that.
Will be as a all the first motion.
Then let me, can I revise my motion then?
Can you include?
Yes. I would, for ordinance 2026, 28, and 29, I make a motion that, go ahead and approve first reading, but ask staff to make the changes as reported during discussion.
Which specifically include repealing the ordinances and drafting these as a procedure to be adopted by resolution.
Yes.
And since we didn't read the ordinance title for ordinance 2026, sorry, it's the ordinance to repeal and replace section 30.047 entitled council minutes at the town hall document.
And y'all all want these to go to committee.
No.
As well as they don't go to committee. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Other business items, resolution 2603, resolution committing the town of Owendell to providing a local match to the Municipal Association of South Carolina Problem Solver Grant and to following its procurement policy with securing services and products with grant funds.
Motion to approve.
I say.
All right, so the discussion is what you're wondering is how much money is this putting us on the hook for? And I think it's $1,250, is that right, Ms. Watkins?
Yes.
And this is for instance, I think specifically for the interpretation that Councilwoman Helms wants to do over there. It will cost us what looks like $1,250 to get 25,000. Is that in a nutshell what we're talking about? Give her any discussion.
Now you approved to have the project, so the ADA accessible restroom and council chambers.
Okay.
So now you're approving the grant to actually help out and apply.
Thank you. Gotcha.
This is one of the steps that needs to happen, in order to get the grant.
Gotcha.
Further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Unanimous. Resolution 2604, resolution establishing an annual boards, commissions, committees, and subcommittees appreciation day in the town of Owendell.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Unanimous. 2605, resolution for the town of Owendell to faith the local government investment pool.
Motion to approve.
Second. Second. Thank you. All discussion. All in favor, say aye. Discussion, wait.
I just would like to know a little bit more about this before. No, just very briefly, I'm so sorry.
I'll do.
Has
2 minutes.
Hi,
The local government investment pool is a state-run investment program, so essentially think of an open market. Account that you can open up with any of your banks, and it's just run by the state, and they usually have higher interest yields. So instead of having all of our savings accounts that we currently have, we'll be investing our money, so immediately after this adoption, so you can get this signed and start moving our money in.
It's very well managed, it's legit, they spoke with the town of Peel Island, and they got a bunch of money finance dudes that are on the town council, and some members of the public, that they, it's a legit good thing, and a lot, like, I think Peel has like over 50 million invested into it.
What's the average rate of return, do you know?
I don't know, but it has outperformed a lot of those other ones available, so I mean, it's.
So you invest money,
$43,000 a month.
like 7%, 8%, or we don't 20%, dude?
7, 8.
It ranges, yeah, the future of that is associated bonds is gonna be somewhere 7 to 9, so.
It's also completely liquid too, so being in Hurricane Alley, if we need to get those assets quickly, there's no penalty.
Is there any?
Yes, absolutely, sure.
Yes, they.
Very sure.
And So I don't know what the limits of the insurance are, how much we're investing, but I know sometimes you may want to split it in separate accounts, so everything is, it's a large sum.
We will have it noted in different accounts, because we have to have like our enterprise, water. Separate from the jumps and trucks, so it would still be separated, but it would be investment, it'd be in one local government investment, just like the bank. One account, but multiple different things.
Any further discussion? Any questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. All right, D, approval of town administrator goals.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, so just for the record, real quick, before we get this motion for executive session, if we had started at 5 o'clock.
Bingo.
It would be 2 hours earlier, and nobody that complains about starting at 7 is even here. Right? So I don't know what that says about what's going on here, but
It says we need to change our meeting.
just two, it would be 9:30 instead of 11:30. Right, and I'd be working damn tomorrow if we had started 2 hours early. I hear a motion to go into executive session in accordance with South Carolina Code Section 30-4-70A1 and Section 30-4-60A2 for personnel matters related to the facilities manager, a personnel matter related to the treasurer, legal advice pertaining to ordinance 2025-45, an ordinance for a text amendment to an existing plan development on all storage identified as tax map 66100000029. Amendment to include the clarifications to dimension standards, buffers, requirements, development, new procedures, and legal advice pertaining to the CDBG project update. Council may take action following executive session. Second.
Second.
Movement, do I hear a second?
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All
Bye.
right, executive session. All right. Entertain a motion to leave executive session,
So moved.
Second.
discussion, all in favor? Opposed?
There are no motions, votes, or notes taken during the executive session.
Wendy, do you have a motion?
I do. I make a motion to authorize the town administrator and mayor to conduct the final interview for the facilities and grounds manager and to move forward with the offer as submitted.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Motion to adjourn.
So.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?